Okay, the 0 has showed up, so I think we're live. So just like usual, here's the intro. So this will be the live streaming until I gain 2 to the X channel members. So today we're doing 2 to the 4, so that's 16. And extrapolating from the last stream, that would make this stream on the order of like 8 hours. So this may be, well, actually the last one I think was the longest one I've done so far, which only for, for doing 4 hours of work is nothing, but talking for 4 hours really makes your voice wear out. So we'll see how I do it for this one. And I am still waiting to hear back from the LTB to know when the next hearing is going to be, but I know it's not going to be before March 31st. And we will argue the merits of the proposed extensive renovations that they want to use to evict everybody. And this week I worked pretty much exclusively on working on the script for the next long-form video. And other than that, I don't have any more updates on. I got all the fans that I'm going to get for replacements, and I've given up on looking for a new ThinkPad fan, so I'm just going to stick with what I have. And I guess next I'll probably go into some block mining game, and then of course this will probably be a longer stream, so I got to prepare some actual content. So I figured it makes sense. Maybe I'll actually get back into there's just a few. I just copied and pasted one of the to-do lists I had for work to do on the block mining game, and then I also I've got IntelliJ here, so I've been I need to improve my development workflow. So I think it makes sense to experiment with this a little bit. So I've never really used this before, so I did a bit of experimenting offline, and I can get like errors and stuff like that, but I haven't figured out how exactly to get these to run within the IDE. I could get them to compile, but the way I actually run them on the command line is I have a script and stuff, so it makes sense that the script doesn't run, but there's got to be some way to specify how to get this to run in the POM file. The mayor of air conditioning says, "Good luck, Robert." Hey, thank you very much. All right, so I think I got the block mining game already open. It's crazy windy out today. It was very it was very cold, and then it got very warm. It was like around 0 degrees, and I think it's gonna drop back down to like -13 or something in a couple days. And I'm streaming a lot earlier today, so the lighting's a bit different. I'll have to remember to adjust the exposure when the sun will be setting in not too long now. Griggle says, "Hey, how's it going?" Actually, I'll be right back. I think someone put a note in my slot. Robert, why don't you get a job for more income? Feels like what you're doing is probably more draining than just getting 9 to 5. I've answered that question quite a few times in various videos and live streams, but the problem is that there's, first of all, it's that's not, getting a 9 to 5 is not entrepreneurship. This is the first time when I've actually been experiencing, the growth is actually starting to pick up a little bit. So I think this would be, this and especially this economic condition, it would make the least amount of sense to switch to 9 to 5 now. If I was going to do it, it would have been way in the past. I think for fresh graduates, that option does. Starting a business from scratch, and this economy is not. It's going to be really difficult to get started without any startup cash. But it depends on your living situation. That's kind of the main cost of living. And if you if you have parents who are kind enough to let you stay with them, maybe you could bootstrap a business in this day and age. But and on the renovation, I just stepped out to I heard someone put something through my mail slot, and it was like some other renovation related stuff from someone in the community. Did you start at 2 to the 4? The first, I've been doing one live stream per week, and the first was 2 to the 0, and then 2 to the 1, 2 to the 2. So this is the fifth iteration. Yeah, I don't know. It's like what I've been hearing about the job market is that it's like it's extremely it's more worse than it's ever been for if you're like a new dev trying to get started. Now, I have no idea actually what it would be. I do actually get some people who are like, hey, would you want to work for my startup or something like that? And it's extremely easy to find people who want you to do work for them, but like if it's a startup, the probability that it's going to be just like a waste of time or nonsense, or it's someone with a grandiose vision who doesn't really know what they're doing. And that's basically what I interacted with the startups. Even over the years, like I've talked to other people who like they had full-time jobs, and the full-time jobs basically were the same kind of story that I had with my like consulting stuff. Ever considered getting into investment properties, being a landlord? Not being an advocate. Just curious. I think the main barrier for that is you have to have starting capital. So really you don't need skills for that. You just need to have the money, the risk capital. And there's lots of like wannabes. Like you can, if you're willing to basically gamble a bunch, if you want to like take out a whole bunch of leverage, or like there's all kinds of weird stuff like it's possible to like you can lie to a bank, or you can get like a loan to get some cash. You could take out some loan to a bank for $20,000 and put I don't know some of your stuff up as collateral. And then use that deposit that $20,000 in cash somewhere else, and then say that that's unsecured capital, which is actually a lie and is technically fraud. But people do that to then use that $20,000 and say, oh, this is unsecured equity that I can use as collateral for something, and then use that to get an even bigger loan. And that people would do stuff like that from like friends and family and whatnot, and that is what allows some people to get into the real estate market. And they can, you can quickly go from zero to having millions of dollars quick if you do stuff like that. But then it's also like illegal, and also if the market goes against you, effectively what you're doing is like you're breaking the rules to use way more leverage than you usually could get access to, and that's very dangerous, because if it goes against you, then you're not going to be able to cover the losses. And the bank doesn't like it, because they know if things go south, then they are going to be on the hook for it. And I mean, there's tons of wannabe real estate gurus on YouTube and TikTok and all that kind of stuff. If you use that technique to rapidly figure out problems by reducing the time you have to fix them, how would you solve all your problems in 2 months? I'm not sure what you mean by the question. If you mean like just using that approach of abusing leverage and like committing financial fraud to like make a lot of money fast. I don't know. I think if you talk to if you were able to have like a candid, this is not my area of expertise. I've not been involved in that, but I would, and you can probably learn a bit of it from YouTube. If you like look at stuff that mortgage brokers do, like look at some of the people that work with mortgage documents and like understanding all the like collateral requirements and stuff, and some of this, some of it comes and goes. Like the government is constantly raising the bar on like the background checks and like stress test checks and stuff. They'll like introduce a stress test for a while, then they'll get rid of it and stuff, and they do that to kind of like force the economic cycle, so that the bank can they can control things with interest rates, but they can also control it with like things like deposit requirements and stuff like that. So if they want to like deleverage, if they want to reduce demand, they can just reduce the amount of people that qualify by just making it harder to get a mortgage and stuff. I think our current plan is going to work very well. Slow and steady growth. Yeah, I have some decent content that's I mean so far, knock on wood, the views have been the revenue's been like about at least $100 a day for the last, I don't know, month or so. So if that can, even if it goes down a bit, I paid off the debt, and I was able to get a second camera. I bought so last stream my Ethernet cable unplugged, and that was causing me some confusion. So I bought new Ethernet cables, and now I've got a new Ethernet cable in there that's all secure. And it's static on the audio. Interesting. Is that from my feet? It might be from my feet, because I have my feet on a towel because the floor is cold here. Been doing software for consultancy, 9-to-5 fashion for almost 7 years. Everything you said in your videos is true. I don't have the courage to drop a stable income and go on my own. Really admire your braveness. Keep up the good work. Okay. Yeah, I can. Hopefully, you can live vicariously through me, and if I figure things out, then I'll make a video sharing what to do. I guess it depends on where you are in life and what kind of who depends on you. But I guess in my position, I can still kind of stick it out and continue to do some of the higher risk things in the hopes that the growth picks up. I mean, at this point, I think I just need the growth to continue for a little bit longer, and then that's very, very strange. Where does that static come from? It's like it happens all of a sudden. But yeah, it's I mean, it's hard to get everything you want in life. Like on one hand, there's a lot to criticize about the lifestyle that I'm leading, but then also working at a corporate 9 to 5 is also pretty awful. And job stability is, in the last couple of years, it's been crazy, and I don't know it's hard to know what's going to happen in the future, if it's going to kind of calm down a bit. Have you considered ghosts? Oh, for the static? I guess it could be that. Are you content with life currently? If you just got enough money to stay in your current life, no more, no less, but no work required of you, would you be happy? I don't know. Is anyone ever content? Ever? I think it's always possible to have a little bit more. I mean, things can certainly be worse, but can you guys hear that? That's static. Live or old vid? Huh. Yeah, I don't know where that's coming from. It's very bizarre. Let's see. Okay, it's gone. I'm just meticulously moving around to see if it's from my my feet touching the ground or something. Canada's real estate mortgage market is completely messed up. Delinquency rates are up like crazy too. Stupid assumption, but I had buzzing too when I was having issues with the ports on the PC. Any alternative outputs? Actually, I have this is plugged into the preamp. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it could be. Well, we'll see if it comes back, and I'll have to debug it when it comes back. But yeah, real estate and mortgage situation is crazy, and apparently, like, what the banks are starting to do is like, I mean, it's basically like they're openly committing fraud, where they people will they have all these pre-construction, these like pre-construction that's done on finance. So to build a building, you basically have to get like, and this is where like people hate on speculators and stuff, but speculators are an important part of the economy because the speculators fund the pre-construction because people do not want to like put money down for something that's not going to exist for 6 years. So you get these speculators to come in, basically buy the condo before it exists, and that brings in the capital. There it is again. That brings in the capital to actually fund the construction, and then they get to make a little bit of a profit by flipping it at the end. And but apparently, like, some of these things, they're not actually like closing. Like when they actually get constructed now, it's I think the value of like an existing condo is cheaper than the pre-constructed one that's just finished. And so some people are just walking away from these agreements. And so what the bank is doing is like they've been allowing people to get mortgages for more than the property is worth, because they they have to have like a certain, certain amount down. And that's just like, so basically the bank is just allowing people to lie in order to, because if they don't appraise it at a certain value, then that means they would be, it would be underwater, and they'd have to like call the loan, and they don't want to, and then it'll be in default, and they don't want to have to bother doing that. It's okay. We know you're just passing gas. It's a strange sounding gas. The only reason I still have a job right now is my job involves data centers. Everything else shut down. Yeah, the current landscape of the job. I've been out of it for so long that I'm so very unqualified to talk about it. I mean, anyone who's been, I would actually be interested to know like what is it like, because I haven't been. Let's see. If I lift up my feet. Okay, I didn't move my feet, but it went away. Okay. Okay, there it is again. Okay, my feet are up. That's pretty annoying. I wonder if it's maybe I have lights over the cable. That's going to be annoying to debug if I have to. Anyway, seems like live stream most of the live on YouTube are just replays. Oh, really? Yeah, I guess I've yet to try out live streaming on Twitch, but I don't know. I guess I tried looking for live streams on YouTube just to like test out some of the features, and it's hard to find them. Most of them are either just like nonsense, like you said. Hello, Mr. Elder in chat. How's it going? Corax? Probably not then. LOL. Making you feel bad. Making you feel bad will make you better. I don't understand that statement. I watch most of your content. Still don't understand why you're not working a media or software engineering job in Java for the money. I have talked about that a lot in various videos, but won't repeat myself here. Yeah, condos and apartments are just giant scams. I'll never buy one. Yeah, and in recent years too, stuff like condo fees has been getting like super crazy. Like condo fees are just as much as rent now, and also in Florida they're having issues with insurance and stuff, and it's the future of real estate is I don't know where it's going. It's gotta hit a brick wall at some point. Kind of sad to hear about the state of various economies around the world. Let's talk computers. Yeah. The big problem, like I want to just talk about software development, stuff like that, but as I mentioned in some of my videos, it's like the problems in the real world are so bad. It's almost like insane. Like if you don't have a computer, you can't write programs. But if you don't even have a place to live, then how are you going to write JavaScript frameworks? Ooh, the NVIDIA intern. I do struggle financially from SEP. I refuse to surrender. What's your take on what's happening in Ukraine? If you feel comfortable answering. I would say it's. I mean, you can talk for hours about analyzing that, and there's like many videos on the internet to do. I hope that there's like some stuff going on behind the scenes. Like what we see on the public is one thing, but like what the actual militaries are doing is quite likely very different than that. There's maybe more thoughtful stuff that's going on, and people can there's misdirection and stuff. And all I'll say is like I don't know exactly I don't follow that closely. Like I've seen some of the headlines from yesterday, but I hope that it all just works out somehow. That would be great. and then the economy can be good, and we can all have a place to live, and we can all write JavaScript frameworks. Paid $50K for my first house, 2009. $95K for my second, 2021. $50K, that's not too bad. I bet that's worth more than that now. The static sounds like an old aux wire that needs to be sealed. Sounds a sign. Enjoy listening to your stories. Yeah, I actually, this cable, it's really hard to find. I had like some of my first live streams, the audio wasn't very good. And then eventually I realized it's because the microphone and the cable was bad. So I bought a set of 2 microphones, and only one of the microphones was, for some reason, one of them, even though it was supposed to be identical, one of them had a really high noise floor. Yeah, I just had to switch the other one. But then I realized there was actually a break in the cable. So I bought this is the more expensive one. That's supposed to be more fancy. But yeah, I don't know. I'll just ignore it for now. And I mean, I kind of wonder if it's, I have some lights laying across the cable. I haven't had issues with this cable so far, but, and it could also be because maybe I'm not grounded, or on the other hand, I can cash my struggle. I can live in UK, go on benefits, child benefits, host benefits, so on. But I refuse. Yeah, I guess if you can make it without having to rely on benefits, that's the ideal, maximal way to contribute to the world economy. It's impressive how hard it is to find live streams on YouTube. Yeah, I know it's like they don't want people to find live streams on YouTube, but yeah, I don't. It's I've been thinking about multi-streaming, but I just have not got there. This I'm starting to get caught up on all the, other. It's just I have a long list of other kind of to-do list stuff I've been working on over the last few weeks that I haven't mentioned, but. Have you thought about adding hazards or monsters to your game? Yes, I have. I have millions of ideas to add lots of stuff to the game, but there's like some existing issues that I have that. Yeah, so there's lots of bugs in the game and usability issues, and the gameplay loop's not very good. So I'm gonna try to fix that first before I get too crazy. I need better because right now it's mostly just like a static thing, but I would like to have like processes that run on the server, and right now there's nothing. Tim Hortons coffee is overrated. Yeah, I think that's true. Live in Orlando. A friend whose parents own a house on the Gulf Coast. After last hurricane season, they literally cannot insure their beach home for a price less than a second mortgage. Yeah. I've read some of the things I've watched about like real estate updates and stuff. That's gonna become an insane thing now too. Like housing prices are getting crazy, insurance is getting crazy, and like condo fees are getting crazy, and there's just there's such a backlog of stuff that needs to get figured out in the world economy, and it's not getting figured out. Wormius says, yo, how's it going? Audio is so fragile, I hate it. Yeah, it's the amount of work you have to put in to get good audio is that was one of the things that like really surprised me when I started doing this audio visual stuff. And even now, like I just constantly have audio problems, and getting like audio gear to work. Like I bought I bought like another preamp, and this one is it's a bit more portable, and it can run on batteries. So I was trying it out, and in the cold weather, it just like doesn't turn on because the batteries don't have enough voltage or something if it's cold. You You should build an OPA Alice. Very easy, and they sound great. OPA Alice. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, there we go. I wonder if it's because I have my phone next to the cable. Like, I wonder if it's the... Let me just try something here. Wow. There it is. Wow, that sound, that was a so I just did a speed test on my phone, and I set my phone on the cable. That was what the problem was. That's incredible. Yeah, so that periodic like noise, I thought it did kind of sound a bit like it sounded like audio artifacts from let me test that again. Okay, let me refresh Hacker News. All right, that wasn't too noisy. Okay. So I have the phone's right on the cable. Let's run a speed test again. Run speed test. Yep. That's what a speed test. Was that super loud on your end? It sounds like it might have been. I'm not 100% sure what it sounds like for you guys, but pretty loud. Okay, I won't do that. So now I have not super, but it's loud. Are you responsible for all of Outlook being down right now? Please explain what's wrong. I don't know. I guess is it down right now? Open camera for CPU GPU load test. Speed test breaking sound barrier. So anyway, I'm convinced that's what it was. That's interesting. So I just had the root cause was my phone was just like literally beside the microphone cable, and that's what caused that. So that's good. That means I don't have to go through some like meticulous debugging process. I just now know that you have to be careful about putting your phone next to the cable. And I think I missed a whole bunch of chats. You're getting electrical engineering class. Yeah. Maybe in the software you can filter it out, like bandpass filtering. I won't have to filter it out. I'll just keep the phone away from the microphone cable, because it just by chance it was sitting like right beside the cable, and that I find that pretty impressive that the microphone's sensitive enough to pick that up. I guess that's really interesting. Very interesting from like an audio engineering perspective. That I've never heard anyone tell me like don't put your phone beside the microphone cable, but now I know that's an important thing. OPA Alice is a microphone PCB for building an electric microphone. Huh. Interesting. I've never heard that project, but that sounds interesting. Yeah, audio engineering is pretty interesting. Yo, how are you doing, bro? I'm pretty good. How are you? What kind of Linux command are you using? Is it your favorite command? Right now I'm running the block mining simulation game command, and I'd have to say it is probably my favorite command. Cat, I mean bat. The old 2G phone days next to radio beeps. Huh. Hope your financial situation is stabilized. Yeah, it's basically assuming so the revenue is increased, although I have not posted as many videos, so the revenue is going down, like the initial surge of traffic from that 37-year-old broke loser video. That one's tapering off, but the debt situation has been resolved, and since the thing that makes money is the making videos, I actually bought a second camera as well. Welcome to the student tier, to Green 8. So we're currently at one of 16 new channel members. Excellent start. I'm coming from the how to make a CPU video. Yeah, that's my top video, and I'm glad that video is making the rounds. It's like 10 million views or something now, so that's pretty decent. Ness. I don't know what that second part is. But yeah. Hi Rob. Hopefully less broke now. Any major plans for the future of this channel? I'm gonna keep doing the weekly live streams, and there's a few more. I guess you could call it like an extension to that. How to become a 37-year-old broke loser video. It's just like I'm gonna try to do a deep dive on some of my life experiences and talk about like the kind of general interest technology stuff. Give my experiences. I have a finite amount of experiences, so once I have a few videos to get those out there, and I think they have a broad appeal, so they may bring in a bigger audience, and they may make a decent amount of money, and then that might form a good base for the channel, keep some revenue and clicks coming in, and then I can maybe get back to my kind of grassroots Linux, the hardcore technical engineering stuff. So a guide on how to be a broke loser failed. Yeah, it's just like every other guru YouTuber. I'm a fake. Gotta leave for dinner, but stoked to be your student. But thank you for the contribution. Enjoy your dinner. What is this game? This is a terminal-based block mining simulation game. It's a game that I've been working on for a few. Well, I guess I did start it probably at least a couple years ago, but I don't work on it all the time. It's been kind of my background thing, and I have some grandiose and unrealistic ambitions for it, and I find it's just a good like mindless thing to do while I'm streaming. How's your freelance business currently doing? Right now, it's not I'm currently not doing any consulting work for anyone, and currently it looks like the growth trajectory is going to be on the content creation and YouTube videos and stuff like that, because that's the only thing that's showing numbers and showing growth at the moment. have to save the stream to one of my zip disks. I guess. What is the Linux? What is the Linux command to double gold in RuneScape? I'm not sure actually. Looks like a cup of beer in low resolution. Yeah, the graphics are all just emoji characters, and people, yeah, it's I guess it's like seeing things in clouds and stuff. Lots of people see tell me they see interesting shapes. Beer mining simulation game. Yeah, I mean in the future it could have beer in it, but. Fail winners are those that failed enough. Yeah, I think if you, I mean, even if you try something and it doesn't work, as long as you as long as it's interesting enough, you can, like, I mean, there are people who do Y Combinator, and then they make their career out of being like a public speaker, talking about how they did Y Combinator, and that's like the only thing they ever did is they were in Y Combinator for 6 months, and then they just go around talking about that. And I mean, you can make like motivational speakers exist, so I don't think that's necessarily a lucrative career. Like a lot of those people, you can write a book or something like that, but it's and you can ego to living doing a lot of stuff. Of course, it's better to be able to talk about your success and your big pile of money, though. Was this game developed on Unreal Engine 5? I know it might look like it, but it was actually custom written from scratch in a Java program that I wrote. This would be a good stream game if it was multiplayer. Yes, multiplayer is absolutely something that I would like to add to it, but it's on the to-do list, but it will not be done tomorrow. Do you play for Steam? I have never used Steam. I have never played a game from Steam. I know Steam exists, but Steam was kind of like after me. I used to play. The only game I've played in like the last 10 years is Minecraft. Before that, way back in the day, I played World of Warcraft, but that was before Steam existed, or maybe it did exist and I just didn't know about it. Do you have any tips or anything to say? Somehow keep being focused on working instead of being distracted watching YouTube for 6 hours. By the way, big fan of your content. How to stay focused on working? I would say it probably depends on what the work is. Obviously, to stay focused on something, it has to be like salient or interesting. And if you really hate it, it's going to be really difficult to focus on it. I guess you can you can set like quotas. You can have like have many rewards for yourself. So like you do a little bit of work and then you get a little bit of time to goof off. But I guess it also depends what structure you're afforded. Oh, thank you to Nim's channel for the $5 donation. Thank you very much. Let's see. I missed some chats. What is the most insightful papers or books you have read? I mean, it's hard to say. It depends what like genre. If you mean like academic or like life stuff, or I'd say the only like academic paper I read in its entirety and really kind of mastered was the Myers-Diff algorithm. If you Google for like Myers-Diff algorithm, and there's a blog post on my blog. I think it's not. In my opinion, it should be higher up, but I think it's like the sixth result or something on Google now, and it explains the Myers diff algorithm in detail with a visualization and stuff. That's, I think, the only like academic paper I've read entirely. I read the book How to Win Friends and Influence People years ago. That was definitely something I'd recommend. But other than that, I'd say in terms of reading, I don't really read books, but I consume internet content constantly. I like internet content because you can speed it up too. I like this kind of aesthetic. Think of Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, a lot of people have mentioned Dwarf Fortress, and I think it's. I think that bodes well. If there's a market for that game, then there could be a market for this one. What is the point of the game? The point of the game is to mine all of the blocks in the universe, and there's an infinite number of them, so it will take you a very long time. Do you play console games either now or in the past? Back in the day, I had a Nintendo 64, but not in the past like decade. X, Y, and Z. Holy Penguin, it's a 3D game. Yeah, so you can press spacebar to go up. So now we're at Y equals 1. And it's right now the terrain generation is not very so it is like a smooth noise function that I made. If the stream goes for a long time, then maybe let me actually show some demos on that. But yeah, and then X to go down. What is the best, worst comment during your YouTube rise? I don't know. I don't really keep track. It depends what you would classify as best or worst. There's definitely some weird ones. Iron pick. Are you mining with bare hands? I guess you're mining with I guess the first. When you have no pickaxe, you have to mine, I guess, with bare hands. T1N001 says, "Yo, how's it going? Are there any university computer science or software things you learned there which you think are valuable self-taught engineers should learn?" I would say, I guess if you're saying that as a self-taught engineer, I would say, in my opinion, the like one of the main advantages of going to university is it kind of the main advantage you get from there is you learn like the standardized language that people use. So I think if you're self-taught, you have a much higher chance of like kind of becoming like learning your own way that like other people don't understand. Probably the best example would be the mathematician Ramanuja, who was from India and learned all these like crazy calculus things on his own, but he had never had a formal education. So then when he went to university, finally as like an adult, and having done math for years, he had like very bizarre takes on things, but it was also like he was very innovative because he like developed all these methods himself. And that kind of occurred to me when I was in a class with the TA was like arguing with this student. It was like in first year, and he was explaining how he did something, and it was with like we were supposed to use like a standardized reference frame, because in physics you have to do like free body diagrams with a standard reference frame, and so I could tell from his explanation. He had his own like interpretation of what the reference frame in this scenario was, but the TA didn't get that because he was like doing it not in the way that a trained physicist would do it, but this guy's way was technically correct. Like there was nothing illogical with his thinking, but I remember they like argued for a long time, and the TA couldn't understand like why he was arguing. It was like, no, you're wrong. But I could tell he was actually right, but the TA couldn't understand that he was right because he was just doing it in a weird way. And I think that's maybe one of the things that can trip you up if you're self-taught is which is kind of unfair in a way, but I guess it does make sense because you have to have communicate in the standardized like engineering language. Because if you're an architect, you draw like a schematic for a building or something, and maybe it makes sense to you, but if it doesn't make sense to the construction engineers, and then they build something wrong and it fails, and people die or something, that's a big problem. So it's not only about like learning how to do stuff; it's about like learning how to communicate in the standardized language. And you see that with like lots and lots of things, and that can trip you up in interviews, because the interviewer may think you're like less skilled than you are, just because you don't like say the right keywords. And I think like con men are particularly good at like pretending to be. They know how to talk the talk, so they know all the keywords and buzzwords, and like they're basically the opposite. Oh, we got a gifted. Thank you to Wouter for the one gifted, and I guess that went to Iba ZZ. Congratulations. And I guess it says gifted one memberships. It doesn't say whether it's what tier, whether it's a student or member or favorite tier. They should add that. Let's see, I think I missed some chats. I want to ask you something, if you don't mind. Go ahead, as long as I catch your chat. Play Minecraft. I don't know. I don't want to. I got to promote my own product. I don't want a competing product on my stream. This is in Java, right? Yes. If you hadn't noticed, people enjoy watching you gaming. Maybe play different games. We will still love watching you. I was thinking, like the fact that people will actually watch this is, in a way, it's kind of amusing because the game is so basic and simple. But one of the things, like content creation is making some money for now, but long term, I need to make money on something else. So if people will actually watch this, then I think it might make sense to just continue playing this game, because people will ask about it and be like, hey, what's this thing? And then people slowly learn about it. So it's like, this is like a marketing game. And if I play this for, thousands of hours, then eventually, I may be able to raise more money to invest in building it more. And one of the things I was thinking is, if things were going well enough financially, then I could just hire someone to work on it. Thanks for live streaming. Really enjoy live streamings. Look forward to each one. Oh, thank you for the kind words. Personally, I don't really watch much live stream, any live streams. I watch some live streams, but I almost always watch them in the VOD, so I can fast forward them on like 2x speed. But it's time consuming to watch live content. I guess it's if you want to drop in and have a question, that's kind of the main advantage, is the interactive aspect. What is the challenge? The challenge of the game is to mine all the blocks. Ramanuja had so many weird constants in his formula that people were so perplexed where those numbers came from. Yeah, he had a lot of very idiosyncratic behaviors that made him hard to understand. But I think once he got like formal training with other mathematicians, then he had some really novel contributions. So that's the advantage of kind of like going off and doing things on your own. But of course, there's it's a big problem if you can't communicate it. Actually, there's another good example of that is there was some extremely like prominent proof in like statistical mathematics, I think, and some guy proved it, but he proved it in Microsoft Word and then like sent it to someone send it to someone, like no one recognized his proof because it seemed like only a crackpot would make their proof and document it in like Microsoft Word, so everyone just ignored it for a few years. How many sponsors thus far? So the goal for the stream is 16 new channel members, and we're currently at 2. I think a similar thing happened to me when I first went to chess club. That was more of an advantage in that case. Interesting. Have you ever just given in and gone on an abstraction rabbit hole? See how crazy you can abstract things? It depends what you mean, like software abstraction. I guess depends on the context. Can you add sound effects to the game? I guess I probably could. That's probably not. I probably won't do that for a while. Maybe procedurally generated sound effects. Procedurally generated sound effects. That would be interesting. It's not on my to-do list, but yeah, procedurally generated sound. You'd have to have some like kind of constraint around it and like some source material to go on. Publishing this game to Steam is key. That's how you gain publicity. For now, I think it makes sense to just have it be like an esoteric thing that just exists with my channel and stream. There's I'd have to do a bunch of. There's so many development on so many things that I'd need before I get to that point. Do you do something with the resources you collect? Build stuff? So you press the C key, and the C key allows you to craft things. So if I just hold it down, then it'll, you can see it's using this iron oxide here. And that makes metallic iron, and that's making some iron pickaxes. But the game is, there's kind of not a lot of point to it after that. It's on my to-do list. I keep saying this. I'm gonna do more work on it every stream, but one of the first things I want to fix is actually maybe I'll do a little bit of that. I can just talk about it. So if you go like this, and then there's some issues with the UI. So that's okay. Okay, there we go. So you see this, the double border here, that's messed up. And there's some issues with, it's actually like a race condition because each thread is drawing itself independently, and it doesn't know that. I think the editor has to overwrite that border there. So I need to make it a bit smarter to draw the UI, because I mean that case is not too bad, but in general there's other stuff where like there can be outdated information on the screen, and one of the when you're resizing it. So that's kind of annoying. That's a very boring thing to fix, but I think especially because it's a terminal game, it makes sense for the UI to like work very, very robustly, because once it stops working, it becomes very confusing and difficult to debug. But yeah, this is the help menu. With the description of all the blocks and the credits. But we aren't watching the game, we're watching you. And you're so natural in front of the camera. Well, I mean, I could play another game, but then I'm advertising that other game. In the longer term, I think there has to be a bit more than just me talking in front of a camera. There has to be some kind of longer term mission and goal and stuff like that. And so for the game, and I think I'll probably make the game kind of like insane, and I'll find some way to like put the Linux commands so that you can have like very arbitrary block types for like I'm going to start off with like chemical elements, but also probably I'll fit the Linux commands in here somehow, so we can have like a block type that maps to a given Linux command. And I guess I have a blog article and a video for each of them, for many of those Linux commands, at least the core utils ones. I'll find some way to like put that in this game. That too, it's open source as well, so it can improve more as it gains popularity. Yeah, currently it's I would consider it's not it's not necessarily open source. It's source available. So for the license agreement that I have with it, which I guess, yeah, that's can't. Do I have that? Yeah, here's my license. So you have to be a patron. So if you're a patron, then you're legally allowed to play the game. Like say, getting a little bit darker. I'll have to adjust that camera soon. Otherwise, I'll be totally dark. Yeah. Anyway. I watched a video of yours where you said that you quit trading. The only way to do it is through software dev. Can you tell what happened in that time and what that process looked like? You said that you quit trading because the only way to do it is through software dev. Well, I guess what I would say is I think the only way to do it successfully is basically like through algorithmic trading, but like if you're doing short time horizon stuff, like you can always, follow Warren Buffett's strategy and try to like, how you can manage your 401k and stuff for the long term for like, I'm sure you can make intelligent decisions and make money that way. But for if you want to be like a trader, I think that's pretty much almost always a fool's errand right now. It is possible, but the level of sophistication you need and you need to learn. I think there's a guy. There's a pretty good YouTuber if you're interested in trading and economics. Patrick Boyle on finance. I think that's him. He has. I actually was almost thinking about buying his book. He has a book called Statistics for the Trading Floor, and in that book there's a whole bunch of like the advanced math you need to think about like for quantitative analysis and stuff. And if you're going to like try to actually make money as a retail trader, I think you'd have to like read a book like that and know it inside out, and then in addition have like access to some kind of information that most people don't have, or that they're not looking at. And you would really have to work for your money because you're basically competing against like hedge funds and stuff. Like Goldman Sachs has billions of dollars, so it's naive to think that you can outcompete them on like, trading wheat futures or something like that. Like they would have the ability to buy like proprietary data sets on wheat, and like the the probabilities of like a wheat crop failure going back like 1,000 years and stuff. And because if you have to hire a research scientist to do that, if you have to hire someone who's like a research in like in how farming works and stuff like that, and pay them $100,000, if that gives you enough money to make $1 million, then it's worth it. And so that's who you're competing against, and that's why I say it's as a retail investor, like if you're looking at like head and shoulders patterns and all kinds of like technical analysis stuff, I think you're just going to lose your money. Statistically speaking, I should go to sleep. But with what probability though? Mom, can Can we have Minecraft? No, we have Minecraft at home. Yeah. Are you a conspiracy theorist? In my opinion, I actually think most conspiracy theorists are not theorizing hard enough, and I think most of them always seem to they always think there's one conspiracy theory, but in my opinion, I think people underestimate how many people really are conspiring, but they kind of overestimate how together they are. Like most of them center around there's a bunch of elites that want to control the world. But if you think about it, if you had plans to control everything, why would you want to share that with other people? Like if you want to create some secret society or something, wouldn't you just have your own dictatorship secret society? I think it's kind of a contradiction to say that the big billionaires like Bill Gates or Elon Musk somehow want to cooperate, or Mark Zuckerberg, that Mark Zuckerberg is going to share the world. He's going to take over the world and share it with someone else. I think they're all competing to take over the world and conspire and stuff like that. Membership gifts are priced at the member tier. Oh, okay. Earlier question. That's so you can't gift a student tier. Interesting. These were some of the questions I was wondering about. I was I'll go to a live stream and I'll just try out some of these features because I hadn't actually tried them myself, and it's hard to find a stream. I guess it seems to be mostly people who you watch videos of. It'll pull those up and then if you watch that person's videos and they're getting a decent amount of traffic, then some people just spill into the live stream by accident almost. How are your teeth? My teeth are all fixed, so I got the root canal, and so I'm I guess this summer I'll have to go back for my this summer. I'm definitely not going to miss. I learned my lesson. I'm not going to miss my checkups. I wasn't able to choose a tier when buying a gift membership. Oh, okay. I could only choose the number of memberships. It was the price of the member tier. I wonder if that maybe there's an option where that seems kind of silly that you can't control how that works. Technically speaking, stats is math for fools, or meth. Is it meth for fools? That sounds amazing. The pseudo nanoblock. I think it would be interesting. Just I don't know, maybe there's some kind of little economy where you mine blocks and then trade them in for you trade them into get a Linux command block reward or something, and it's the whole point of the game is there's a subcomponent to teach you Linux commands. So you go out and you mine these valuable ores and exchange them. Does game have a limit for X, Y, and Z? It's going forever. It goes on forever, theoretically. I guess we're at 23,000 now. I think there's some practical limits because as it generates the world, it writes that to a file, and so eventually the file will get obscenely large. LS blocks. I have to get to iron. Hey man, hope things are going well. Things are decent right now. I have to say the being able to pay off the credit card, that bump of revenue around Christmas. That was great for my mental health. So assuming the revenue doesn't fall off or I don't get banned or something, then I may actually continue to be cash flow positive for at least a little while, and that'll help me build a, the debt is gone, but also I may build some savings. Ever considered, ever run across a good explanation of why Facebook replaced MySpace? MySpace, I think, had a lot of scaling issues. I think they were. I didn't never use MySpace at all, but I think around that time when both of them were growing up, I think MySpace had like a few really critical outages, and they were like down for a couple days. There's something at some really critical growth times, and I think there's a lot of just Facebook focused aggressively on like growth and did a lot of smart things to just get their network up and running. The network effects, I think, was pretty significant, but for Facebook. I do trading with prop firms, and I do trade like Nasdaq stock. Don't find myself working against the big boys. The exact opposite. I made some good progress till now. The reasons for a huge amount of people is the personality of every trader, how they think. So if you treat it as a sport, you will see more results, even if it's small. I've heard lots of talk like that, but I mean, there's tons of stories of people who will say things like that, and then they trade for a while, and then they're trading in a bull market, and they make a lot of money and make $1 million, and then they the bull market stops, but they don't change their trading strategy, and then they lose everything. And I think if you're going to make a lot of money out of it, there has to be some underlying approach other than mindset, as otherwise as time goes on, you're just statistically going to get weeded out of the market, unless there's some actual fundamental informational advantage you have, because it's a competitive marketplace. If you other people are competing for that money, for that liquidity at whatever price. Do you use VI? Yes. Have you been evicted? Not yet. So the current status of the eviction is I attended my eviction hearing was the N13 merits eviction hearing was supposed to be February 19th. They canceled that and then moved me into an earlier hearing on January 27th. I attended that, and that was a case management hearing. And the point of that was to talk about the merits of grouping everyone together into one hearing. And so I think the conclusion from that was that they would group everyone together. And so now they're going to set up a new, there's going to be a group N13 merits hearing, and we don't know, there's been no information on when that might happen. I don't trade crypto. That's why I don't care if we are in a bull run or not. I trade intraday, trying to catch a small piece of the pie. Have you ever tried that? Yes, I have spent many hundreds, maybe even thousands of hours watching the market in real time. That was one of the first things I did after I moved out. When I turned 19, opened a brokerage account, tried day trading for a while, and learned a lot about how it works. Eventually, I started watching the currency markets a lot, kept studying how financial trading works, and then eventually I ended up working for a Forex market maker. So I got to actually see like on the company side, like I guess most people call them like a brokerage firm side, and like look at their internal numbers and like how many people made money and how many lost money, and that was eye-opening. The most fun I ever had with crypto was cross-exchange arbitrage. Buying one, selling another. There were opportunities because sometimes prices would be out of sync for minutes. So I did exactly that. I made a decent amount of money, and that's the story. One of the stories of like why like how I lost all of my crypto, and why I stopped. Because I stopped doing that when I made one arbitrage. I made a trade, and then the blockchain forked, and I was on the bad fork, so my coins just disappeared. It would, for a while I was taking like, you know, I could like complete the arbitrage move in like, you know, 20-30 minutes, and then at one point it just the money stopped moving, the transfer, the coins stopped moving, and then it just like got stuck in processing, and and then eventually the site got hacked, and then someone stole all the coins. Then I think like the FBI took over the site or something. I think I only had about $150 worth of Dogecoin at the time, and that was in like 2000 and I don't know, 2014, I think. And I think that amount of Dogecoin would have been worth something like insane after that. But it's all just it's all meaningless, because it's all trying to chase that stuff and not get hacked is I mean, all of that stuff is just so much associated with scams. I have zero interest in participating in that again. Chances of someone to pull money from the market are very slim, and that's what makes it good. Is there a case in the game where y is not equal to 0? Yes. So you can press spacebar to go up, and you can also go down. So I guess if I could just press X to go down, and I have to find a cave here to drop into it. Trying to find a cave here, but I can't find one. Any minute now. Yeah, I need to update the UI so we can actually see caves. There we go. Yeah, so y equals 1 now, and now I can move around the cave system. I can press X to go down even more through the cave. Let's see. What about adding some kind of unpredictable alchemy to your mind game, where you can make arbitrary things by combining minerals, even game-breaking things? Yeah, there's lots of. I do plan to add like a recipe system, like more advanced crafting. That'll probably be one of the next things. But for the moment, I want to fix the UI bugs. So I think there's kind of no point in having all these, cool recipes and stuff like that. If like the UI is also, it's already hard to understand what's going on. But if the UI is bad, then it's going to be much more painful to use. Wish you best luck in whatever you do, man. Thank you for the kind words. Good luck in your trading adventures. Online Boomer Man with massive auto-generated maps where you take resources and upgrade your inventory. Yeah, I think the second part of that makes sense. Online Online Bomber Man. I'm not sure exactly what that refers to, but yeah, this I have it's easy. It's easy to think about the upgrades I can do with just more recipes and stuff like that. Once I get to that point, there's a few things I want to fix with the UI. I spent a bit of work to add this this frame concept. That was quite a bit of work, but I think this will pay off. Like once I can have like the ability to add like generic frames, and so you can also you can use tab to select around on which frame you've got active, and eventually once that is more robust, because right now it's a very haphazard thing, and in the current code, it's so I built it as like a general. You can add like general frames and move them around and stuff, and you can subdivide them a number of ways. But I just to get the demo to this part, I had to like add a whole bunch of hard coded stuff, and so it's not super generalized. And yeah, like the initial iteration, I think if I held down escape, it would eventually it would like crash. And oh yeah, you can see some of the there's an example of the UI bugs. So if am I able to move around? What's going on? Did I break it? Huh. Yeah, that's not good. Maybe I'm stuck in a deadlock. Okay, yeah. So that there is a bug. There's a bunch of bugs like that. So I think the first priority will just be fix that stuff, and then once that's kind of fixed, then I can focus on adding the cool, interesting things to all the tabs, and it could have like I could have some other menu here to like your equipped items and stuff. Do you know original Bomberman game from 1980s? No, I haven't. I'm gonna have to maybe look up a bunch of these games. See, it was, and I think, what was it? There's another one people keep recommending me. I think it was called like Zork or something. Could you leverage your insider AWS experience to act as a consultant for specific AWS tasks like budget protection or straightforward tasks? AWS is big bucks consultant-wise. Honestly, AWS is complex, and even when I worked at AWS, I didn't even know about all the AWS services that exist. So honestly, I like in terms of like being an AWS consultant, I would say I'm not even qualified, having worked there. I think the way to become qualified on just like what are the service offerings and the nuances of like, you know, how AWS services work. I think you'd probably want to take their like, you know, AWS certified engineer or whatever, because that would teach you like what Amazon themselves, because it's more about like learning what the product offers you rather than like how to build the product. The game is running inside a custom terminal emulator. I wouldn't quite call it a terminal emulator. It's like this screen here is just a bunch of like ANSI escape sequences. So it just, you know, keeps in memory like where is everything on the screen. At some point I may actually, you know, like I could have another frame here where you can go over here and like actually type something in. Yeah, I would say a terminal emulator would actually emulate the interpretation of the ANSI escape sequences and stuff. But what I have here does not actually do that. It would theoretically be possible to like you could move to a point on the screen and then like run another program, so it might give the illusion of it. But the actual interpretation of the escape sequences is all done by whatever the outer terminal emulator is, which is right now just known terminal. What is stream about? So this is about my block mining simulation game. So the last few weeks I've been doing live streaming until I gain 2 to the power of X channel members. So right now we're doing, this week we're doing 16 channel members is the goal. Last week was 8. And so the stream content is I'm just playing my block mining simulation game, which is a terminal-based game that I made. The approach I was going to use was just like talk to chat, and then once I finish going through chat, then I was maybe going to switch to do some. I might actually do some work on the game, because over time I'll run out of content. But the chat's actually starting to slow down a little bit, so maybe I'll switch to that. And I'm at 49 current viewers. That's amazing that there's 49 people that want to watch me play my block mining game. Yeah, I guess this stream will probably be longer. This will be one of the longest ones probably, given the. So we're at two channel members. I think I've been at this over an hour probably. So that's I think consistent with last stream. I think it was like one channel member every 45 minutes or so. The stream is so chill. That's good. I've had a few people have said that. Membership just expired. Reset the clock. Yeah, I guess they. I don't quite know. how the membership. I think gifted member. If you give someone a membership, that expires after like a month or something. But I don't know if. I think if you manually do it, I don't know if you have to manually renew them or something. I knew they do go up and down. The numbers of channel members. iPhone can't become members. I don't know. I guess is the option not available on an iPhone? I wouldn't be surprised if there is something with that, because Apple has some kind of like 30% tax or something. So Apple mandates that if you like buy anything anywhere, they want 30% cut, and so a lot of people just say like, just don't make it not work on iPhone. That looked like a unicorn just now. Yeah, I've had people say it looks like it's dragons or something. But I guess that's the power of your imagination with really restrictive graphics. Juice says, howdy, how's it going? I guess the chat's slowing down, so maybe I'll switch to actually trying to do something useful. So I'll check out. I'll try to maybe do some actual development. What do you think about clean framework programming patterns, stuff like that? Clean framework. I'm not sure what that term refers to. Clean framework. I don't know if that's a new paradigm that I haven't heard of that term before. Do you ever collect Pokemon cards? When I was a kid, I did have a few. Probably like middle school or something. The first like classic craze of Pokemon cards. Everyone was. One of my. I used to. The thing I used to. I didn't play the game, but my addiction was like trading them. So I started with like a handful of them, and it was like trading them with other people to try and like, level up my deck, and I was able to get some. I was successful at it for a while. So right now it's running locally on this machine, the game is, so it's much slower. So that works. Fun hobby, very, very popular on YouTube. Can you show us your collection? Oh, I think it's back at my parents' place. It's I don't even know if they'd still have it. It's probably like upstairs and up on an overhead thing somewhere. Have you programmed an HTTP server before? If so, do you believe that it is a strong project to learn from? I've done like very bare bones servers before. I would say if you're looking for like strong server projects to learn from, Beej's networking, Beej's Guide to Networking is like famous and popular, and I went through that, and that was how I learned like how to do standalone like sockets and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that kind of programming is that stuff is a candidate, I think, for the type of programming that AI is not going to replace, is like network socket programming, because everything has to be done in a very precise way. But yeah, for HTTP, an HTTP server, like HTTP server requests, there's so many different headers and like that's I could imagine that being like almost like a task that would take you, and it would be a never-ending task to learn all the different quirks and stuff like that. But if you just want to like learn how to respond to a simple like GET or POST or something like that, yeah, I guess you could make a basic HTTP server, but it's one of those projects where there's going to be diminishing returns after a while. When you were learning programming, do you have any mentors in any phase of it? And if so, what was the most helpful for you from there? I went to university, so that was, I guess that all my teachers and stuff were my mentors basically there. But I was already fairly strong in programming when I went to university. Yeah, I would say growing up I had zero mentors, and I was there was a few other people I knew who were like kind of interested in tech and programming, but I was kind of just on my own. Did you ever, in your younger years of computing, have the feeling of being lied to about how programming and computers is valued in a corporate space? I enjoy my work. It's draining though. In my younger years, I didn't feel that at all. But as I've gotten older, I almost feel a bit of guilt. Like I would like more people to be programmers, and I like to get more people into this profession. But I kind of feel a bit guilty, like because, like not that I want to say like don't do it, but I think there's, it's very like the way we teach students is almost like setting them up. We're like not only building strong students with strong programming skills, we're crafting students that are optimized for being taken advantage of. And I think that in my How to Become a 37-Year-Old Broke Loser, that was kind of one of the major objectives of that video, is to show it's not all super sunny. And I think it's not necessarily to discourage people from going into the career path, but I think if you watch that video, there's some nuggets from it that you can pick out, and also the why I didn't work at NVIDIA, why I didn't work at Amazon. I think it's still fine to go to one of those corporate 9-to-5 jobs, but if you watch all those videos, that'll give you some insight, so that when you show up there, you can know like what to demand, like when should you leave a given company, and what should you expect from the workplace. Because if you kind of know how the scam and the system works, then you can navigate it and avoid being taken advantage of. Do you think your computer language abilities could make it easier to learn foreign languages? Are you bilingual? I did French immersion when I was younger, but I never, was never good at it. And as soon as I was able to not speak French ever again, I've forgotten basically all of it. Computer language abilities could make it easier to learn foreign languages. I don't know. I'm probably sure that I'm sure there's probably some fundamental like something you can say about like how the brain works about like learning programming languages. There's probably some common denominator there, but I don't know what it is. So I don't actually know. I've never used IntelliJ really. So this is just going to be me playing around. I figured if I'm going to play around with this and learn it, yeah, let's build module. SDK is not specified. Personal opinion, I don't think so. I guess for the language generalization. Yeah, this computer's pretty old, so it's probably, I guess it's indexing something. Oh, it's done. Now, what I really want out of this is, historically, I've only just coded in Vim, and so I wasted a lot of time. Like I'd build it, and then there's like some syntax error or something. So just having something that shows me syntax errors. And I'm not sure with the there is a Vim plugin for this, so you can like code in Vim in this. So I've been kind of like I feel like my approach to programming has been so like out of the mainstream that I'm almost becoming like obsolete. And that with AI stuff now, I think I'm gonna have to learn some of these tools, or else I'm gonna get left behind in the dust with it. I've never used any kind of these AI language assistants and stuff, and I mean they've sucked so far, but eventually, like one day, the main argument I have is they have not been aware of like the entire context of the code base, but eventually someone's gonna turn their brain on and be like, oh, let's make the AI, let's train that, have a LLM trained or like marginally trained or something on your specific code base, so it knows your code base. You could just like, you'll be like talk to the IDE and say like, make a method, fix this method, and it'll just like do it for you or something, or give you suggestions, or and I don't know. I don't think that'll be in Vim for a while. Maybe it'll never be there. Huh, it's still doing stuff. IntelliJ is great for Java. Yeah, it seems someone recommended it, I think, and I've heard about it for a while. So if you had a family, kids, and entrepreneur thing, just failed out. Would you get a job to support your family? Yeah, I mean, you got to do what you have to support your family. Although I don't know, it's I guess I'm not in that situation, so I haven't thought a lot about it. But yeah, I mean, you have to do what you have to make ends meet. I mean, there's other. I mean, it's difficult to say. I've seen people posting even like I've seen a handful of people posting on LinkedIn like they're basically in that situation, and they've been like they got laid off, and they've been trying to get a job, 9-to-5 job for like a year now, and they're not like bad people, like they're not like bad programmers, and they haven't been able to, and they're running out of savings. Well, I'm not sure if all of them are necessarily programmers, but I've seen a few people who are in that situation now. I think generate images would make for short clips are awesome. Oh, the generated images you make for short I guess community posts are awesome. Yeah. Some people really don't like the AI images, but I mean, I really love AI image generation. I know a lot of people have like ethical protests about it, but the thing is, it's here, and we have to get used to it. So, in my opinion, it makes sense to learn what we're up against. Build finished. Is this doing anything? It's not I don't know if it's lagging or problems. Yeah, something I have to figure out. I can't actually run these individually, so build completed. I really like the AI art you showed in an earlier stream. Yeah, I have. Honestly, I think AI art. I've been kind of like hesitant to actually use it really in any videos because I don't want to get like flagged and demoted or something in the algorithm. But I have an idea. I wouldn't say anything. I don't like describing video topics in advance because I know it's unlikely if some of them I might not get around to, but. There's an idea that I want to do for a video. I don't know, maybe in the next couple months or something. That would make some heavy use of that. But yeah, there's. I mean, it's a great tool for like imagining stuff. I'm gonna turn the exposure up in the camera. It's too dark. What do you like best about your hometown? I grew up basically in the middle of nowhere, so technically I didn't really even grow up in a town. But I don't know. I guess there's not the small town vibes that was positive, but other than that, it was there was not a lot to do. I thought this thing had errors that it showed in it, but I guess maybe it's for a different SDK version. Okay, that's the restricted graphics view. And so what I wanted to do was make this so the borders don't really, if I go in the restricted graphics mode, I should not be using any of the Unicode characters. When are you going to switch to Arch? I already used Arch previously, but I switched from Arch back to Ubuntu years ago. In my opinion, Arch makes sense if you develop software for the kernel, or you develop desktop apps where you really need to control, where you need a specific version of like dbus or something. But in my opinion, if you want to live stream and stuff. I don't know. Are there many people who do? I'm curious about that. Are there many people who live stream who run Arch? In my opinion, Arch is just too broken all the time, especially anything related to a window management, or I think the final straw for me was when I went to plug. I was doing a presentation somewhere, and it was on Arch, and I plugged in my extra monitor, and it wouldn't show up, or it showed up in a weird resolution or something, and I was not able to I couldn't mirror the device, I couldn't mirror the monitors, and just weird stuff like that. And of course, you could fix it. You can mess around with xrandar and stuff like that, and but I was just like, I'll just use Ubuntu. Ubuntu just works. Have you adopted AI for writing code? So did it make your code better or more efficient coder? I have not used AI for any of my coding at all yet. I have watched a lot of videos on just to try and figure out from other people if it's something that I should be using. And so far, I think I am missing out. I think a bit with the code. It's like a really good code completion of the classic case that was mentioned was assigning members. If you have if you deserialize some object, and then it can assign all the members properly. It's just a bit better autocomplete. I have in the past used it for back in the day. I had a very there was a session I did with ChatGPT where it was pretty impressive. I asked it some questions about like a really the Myers diff algorithm that I spent a few weeks to like really sit down and try and understand that algorithm and write like a more optimized version of it. And ChatGPT was able to like immediately recognize the purpose of the code, even though I had like it was basically minified. But at the same time, it didn't really. I kept asking it questions to like modify the code, and it would make it like 90% right, but then like it would just have dumb things. They just didn't. You try to run it, it's you get like not syntax errors, but like it would do something nonsensical, or it would have a symbol that's named wrong, or so in my case it just hasn't been good enough yet. Ubuntu versus Mint Linux. I'm wondering which one to choose for someone who is on Windows all his life. Personally, I would just vote use Ubuntu unless you have a reason not to. But having said that, I've never used Mint Linux before, so I have nothing to say about it. Personally, I think Ubuntu, like if you're a software developer, Ubuntu is like there's just lots of stuff on Stack Overflow about like if you can just Google like install install Python pip or something on Ubuntu 2004. And you just Google that, and you immediately get information about what specific command to run on that version of Ubuntu. That's what I like about it. But I can't necessarily say anything against Mint. I've never used it, and in my opinion, there's like tons and tons of distributions, but I don't think most of what people think of as a distribution is really just a set of pre-selected set of packages. So it's like the window manager, and it's some like surface level stuff that, in my opinion, like technically, you can take any distribution and run a sequence of commands to turn any. You could take Arch and turn Arch into an Ubuntu install if you like meticulously, uninstall and reinstall specific packages, and eventually you can get there and change all the configs. But that would be like tedious, because some of the stuff that is specific is like the systemd rules and specific hacks for like there's a handful of printers that don't work or something. There's probably some UDEV rules for misbehaving printers and stuff, and the degree to which that stuff exists will determine how good your distribution works. But yeah, I'd say if you started with Windows, just use Ubuntu, and like all these arguments about which is the best distribution of Linux, those are kind of irrelevant. There's like Pop! OS, which is another one people recommend. I don't know. Yeah, the other thing is some of these distribute. Yeah, I can't really say anything about these other ones because I just don't use them. I don't research them. I don't think about them at all. But if there's any of them that are like venture capital backed, like if a company is putting money into any of these, I would stay away from that, because Ubuntu is by Canonical, and there was a rumor floating around that maybe Microsoft would buy Canonical, which could happen in the future. But in my opinion, if there's any corporate money behind any of these things, that's something I would stay away from. Not necessarily because corporate is evil or something, but corporations have to make money, and there's pretty much every company has what I call is the cash cow stage, where like first you have to grow a cow, you have to be nice to it and nurture it and stuff like that, and then eventually you slaughter the cow and take all of its meat, or you have to harvest something and take something from it, and that's the life cycle of corporate. A lot of free corporate software products is they start off great, then they become a walled garden, and then they become like absolutely horrible to use once people have are invested in it and married to it. Looks like we've got our third new channel member. Welcome to PR Plezzy to the student tier. Thank you very much. So we're almost a quarter of the way to our goal. Let's see, I missed a couple of chats. I used AI today to convert a Python script to PowerShell. Yeah, I think stuff like that would be pretty useful. It's a basic one, but still got the job done. A script that should be 30 minutes to 1 hour to convert properly to a 5-minute job. Yeah, did you have to like? Yeah, I still had to tweak some stuff. Yeah, I think that's like when it does that stuff automatically with 0 errors, that's when it's going to be like, you know, we're getting close to general AI. But for now, developers still have a job. It'd be really cool to see you react to the ChatGPT programming Flappy Bird video. I guess I could do some reaction content. There's a few like I've thought about like what type of video should I make, and there's so many things I could make. I'm gonna try to make some, you know, more impactful videos, and once I get some of the experienced ones that are like this next one, it'll probably be quite long as well, just like the last one, or the one I released just before Christmas. So yeah, I mean the thing is you can do stuff to get lots of views and lots of revenue, but the kind of staying power in it is it's a competitive marketplace. There's lots of people reacting to stuff, so I probably will never get around to it. Mint is nice. Been using Catchy OS lately. Very nice with NVIDIA drivers. Yeah, that's an important thing. Getting it to work with the NVIDIA drivers. I'm so disappointed in my other laptop. I bought that laptop specifically. The only reason I bought it was because it was on the like Ubuntu supported laptops list. So I figured once I upgrade, it should probably work with the next version of Ubuntu. But they changed some stuff. They went with Wayland, and then they also did some NVIDIA driver stuff, and it's like lagging all the time, and that laptop has so many hardware issues. Yeah, think twice about Lenovo. I thought it was going to be good. Would gladly join your channel. Okay, yeah, you're the new channel member. Right now, no one recommended Ubuntu right now. People recommended Mint, Pop OS, etc. Yeah, I think, I don't know, people seem to always want to be different, so they I think it's important you use something that lots of other people are using. So I would not steer you away from Linux Mint. I honestly have no idea. I mean, does anyone know why should I use Linux Mint instead of Ubuntu? Maybe there's a question for that. I think in general, a lot of distributions are. It makes sense to use that distribution because it just comes pre-installed with some stuff. Like Kali Linux has. There's a couple times when I've wanted to like run a specific like cracking tool. It was called like it was Zip2 John, and for some reason I can never get that installed on Ubuntu, and it comes pre-installed in Kali Linux, so that's why I went with that. Oh, so we five gifted from PR. I can't pronounce that name. Please. Anyway, thank you very much for the five gifted membership. That's wow, and so we're already at halfway to the goal now. So congratulations to Sam's Train Official, Tyler Campbell, Marie McKenzie, Golden Era Boxing, and Wings Like Boogie's Book for the gifted memberships. Nice. Bro, stream got cut by like 5 hours. Yeah. Why didn't you gift me? I think it must be it's random. Did you go to Waterloo? Yes. Oh, I'm missing a couple. And which Ubuntu version? Productivity. You want a good workstation laptop? Get a ZBook G6 17-inch, $500, used with good battery. $800 if you want 4K display. That's a pretty good price. YouTube chooses automatically. Yeah. I think it's purple haze. I'm not sure what that refers to, but I know that's a song. I used to know how to play that on guitar. I've been trying to program some weird math, geometry, group theory stuff lately, and ChatGPT always fails me. Yeah, it can get impressively close to the solution you want, but nice. And we've got another donation. Hope that helps, brother. Very best. Thank you very much for the kind words and enthusiasm. Yeah, that'll dramatically cut down the total time for this stream. Oh, okay. Okay. Purple haze. Let's see, what was it? Smoke on the Water by Purple Haze. Was that it? Is that what the name is referring to? I noticed that the y-axis never changes in your game. Plans to go 2D and 3D. It does change. You can use the spacebar to go up and the X to go down. Yeah, it's Jimi Hendrix. Oh, okay. What was I thinking? Wasn't it? I thought the song was "Smoke on the Water," and I thought the band was Purple Haze. Deep Purple. Oh wait, so do I have that wrong? So it was Smoke on the Water was by Deep Purple. Is that it? And then Purple Haze is a song by Jimi Hendrix. Okay. Anyway, it's been a long time since I was into that scene. Dell and HPE machines are also mostly certified for Ubuntu. Yeah, that's I'd say that's another big reason to support to use a specific distribution, because because one of the worst things is you install a distribution and then you find out that the Wi-Fi drivers don't work, or some stupid little thing doesn't work, or like your webcam doesn't work, or like the sound. Like I had this weird issue with my MSI laptop. I'd boot it up and it would make this really loud popping noise, and I had to mess around so long. Like it was a very disorienting sound, so I had to mess around a long time to get it fixed, to get this rectified. But eventually, when I did, so if you can get a distribution where the hardware, like, it just works, you don't have to screw around with it. That's another big thing to focus on. Where did the software engines hang out? In Waterloo, all the cafes are kind of garbage. I'm not sure. Are you a software developer here? I don't know if you saw my I think it's actually my latest long form video. Is University of Waterloo the loneliest university? I did just for fun. I decided to see if I can start like a meetup tradition for 7 p.m. on the Tuesday of reading week. Just everyone go meet in front of the math building and go get some food or something. But yeah, I remember my experience at university was I just had to work all the time. Like it was just catching up with assignments and trying to like there was always something to study for. And the problem is I could have just dealt with the lower marks. I could have gone to a few more events and stuff, but the problem is I had no idea like how much could I slack off, because if I slack off too much then I fail. But knowing like which course to focus on, and in the end I just ended up like basically working all the time. Actually, I mean, residence though, I was in a residence where there was a lot of cool people there, so that kind of saved my social life. I would work on an assignment, and then when I get kind of tired of staring at a page, I would just go out into the common area, and there's usually some people out there who are kind of working. Smoke on the water is deep purple. Okay. Yeah, so I guess I got confused. So Smoke on the Water is the song, and Deep Purple is the band. But Purple Haze is the song, and Jimi Hendrix is the band or artist. I was close. That'd be cool. I saw it. Pretty cool. I mean post-grad mostly. I don't think there's a ton of meetups stuff going on. Yeah, there was what was it? There was someone started a yeah, I guess there's a few things to say about that. So after COVID, I guess I used to go to the meetups, but then after COVID, it almost seems like all the meetups completely died off. Most of the people I graduated with, they just left Canada, and I was one of the few people who stayed. And I stayed specifically because I don't need a visa to start a business. I could just, I'm a resident. I can start a business here. But if I go down to the States, I would have to get a visa sponsorship and work at a company. And if you're working at a company, you're not, building your own business. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's like you have to look for the social scene and stuff. I guess for the last few years, COVID was a black hole, and then going from one financial crisis to another. But the recent revenue has been going up, so that will free up a bit more time. So maybe I will have some time, and I think social events and stuff are actually starting to recover a bit now. There's some kind of I actually forget the name of it, but there's I was talking to someone recently, but there is some kind of like a maker. There's like a maker, like hacker group on campus at Waterloo now, and someone showed me a link to their page. I forget what it was called, but I guess if you search for this, look for like there is some kind of like a maker club presence at Waterloo now. So if you can find that and get involved, I think it's mostly undergrads. That's why I love data science. It answers those questions. Me, no smart enough to get into college. Me, small brains. Oh, that can't be the case if you're watching this stream. Oh, it's only smart people watch this stream. I had family life, work, and college. Last 3.5 years. I'm broke, tired, and ready for focus on one thing forward on. College for the last 3.5 years. Yeah, it's when I graduated, it was I was so excited to be graduated. I couldn't think about it. I had to put it out of my mind. So I ended up not planning anything right up until the last exam, and then I just went to the park and sat on a bench and vegetated for a while. It's crazy. Where did they go? States. Yeah, basically everyone went, got full-time jobs at Facebook, Amazon, all the big tech companies, which in hindsight was the most lucrative decision. But then again, that I worked at Amazon and Nvidia, and I talked about my experiences interning at those places. Back when I was there, at Amazon, the prospects for future income growth were, people said it's once you're kind of pampered as an intern, but then once you become a full-time, it's it's not that much better than being an intern. And because you have to do all on-call work and stuff, and now of course you have the golden handcuffs. So I think they intentionally, once people are at one of the vesting cliffs, I think there's a lot of they intentionally trying to churn you out because they want you to quit, and their mindset is okay, well, if we can just put you through the ringer and force you to work as hard as we can, hold this over your head during that period, they can treat you really poorly and get you to work overtime. And they're you better work really hard, or else you're not going to be here to get your stock options that vest in 3 months. So during that period, they can put you through a crunch period. All right, I was gonna write some code. Okay, I don't even remember what file this would be in. Let's see. Oh man, I haven't wrote any code in this in a few months, so I've forgotten everything. Do you think the job market will get any better, or are we all down the hill from now on? I think mathematically what happened was, when COVID happened, the number of open positions, the number of demand for especially online services, technology stuff, all that doubled. So we had a massive, a doubling of the number of open positions when COVID happened, and then people filled those positions, and in some cases worked in 2 places at once, and so there's, during a normal economy, there's always new positions being created, and people are getting hired. But we kind of we had to come down. So we had a recession, but we also had to come down from the insane oversupply of positions, and normalize from the post-COVID economy. So I think that was basically a double whammy. So companies needed to, if a company wants to reduce its headcount, one way is to just have natural attrition, get rid of your headcount. So you just you completely freeze any new hiring, and anyone who leaves or retires, you just don't replace them, and that way you don't have to go through a layoff. And so I think that is an extra effect that is preventing new jobs from coming online. But once that can only happen for a finite period of time. Eventually, if you just go by attrition and never open new positions, eventually you will have 0 employees. So at some point, companies will kind of adjust to that floor, and then I think it has to be a boom and bust cycle. Eventually, once the labor force figures out what it's doing. I mean, the U.S. is also going through the government the public sector is getting rid of a whole bunch of employees. So those people are going to have to get reallocated somewhere. They will find jobs somewhere. I mean, that also could create a large boom, because there might be some of the people who worked in the government for 40 years or something, and they're sitting on a pile of cash, and they're like, hey, you know what? I still have a few years before I retire. I'll just start a business now or something. So we may have another boom, but at the same time, it's I don't know what's going to happen, and it's just a matter of reading the tea leaves to try and predict what's going to happen. There's something that worries me, is that rarely to never I hear people speak of green computing or the cost of digitization and IT techs on the climate. What do you think? I think if you're focusing on the tech, like responsible computing and responsible resource allocation, I think that's more of like a broader. It's not specific necessarily to the computing world. That can be done at the like economic level. Like we just need more. We need to use more renewable energy sources, more like nuclear power, more wind and solar. I think solar is probably for depending on the location, it's more practical. So we just need to. We have solutions, like we can fix the economy, but there's just lots of people who want to argue about it, and there's I mean, I think there's something going on in Germany right now with they're trying to start up some of the nuclear reactors again, but some people opposing it, and oh, so we got a new channel member. Welcome to Sufiane to the member tier. So we're currently at 9 members, so we've got 7 more to go. I mean, power efficiency and computing is important. One step closer to killing the stream. Yeah. Well, I guess. Do you have a more specific question on that? Because there's lots of ways. Like I think companies always want to improve the power efficiency. Honestly, I think the most important thing is. I think the most important thing is there's a lot of, even if you don't care about climate responsibility, reducing power consumption is huge for reducing heat. And if you can reduce the power consumption and have less waste heat, that's like a really important aspect of actually getting your stuff to run. In fact, that's like my main complaint with my laptop is the thing that's holding me back the most is it makes too much heat. So the fan is on constantly at the maximum, and so now you have to have new electricity, you have to have more power to run the fan, which also generates heat, trying to remove the heat. So I think there's a really massive intrinsic incentive to make things more power efficient. Hi, what is the guy in sunglasses artsy painting behind you on your videos? That is Kurt Gödel, the famous logician. That's who it's supposed to be. Your landlord needs to get a job. Yeah, and he if he wants to make more money, he's got to get out there and gotta get out there and work for it. You can't just go around trying to get it from other people. What's your desktop environment or window manager? I just use the default Ubuntu one. Human brain runs on about 20 watts and continuously trains real time with live sensor inputs. We have a long way to go to get to that level of efficiency with AI. Yeah, I mean, it's still pretty impressive though. The amount of the amount of stuff you can do at scale now is crazy. Yep, Kurt Gödel. That's who it is. The other one's supposed to be Alan Turing, and the other one, the woman is supposed to be it's supposed to be Ada Lovelace. I told the artist to make it look like it's kind of anime, but it's so the Ada Lovelace one doesn't quite look like her, but it's I still like the aesthetic. It was a nice take on it. There's not a lot of source material to know what Ada Lovelace even looks like. This is chai tea. Do you enjoy honey? Bee vomit? It's not something that I eat super often, but I definitely do like it. Who is the artist? I actually have I have a blog post where I have a reference to the artist. I have to her Instagram and stuff. I think if you just Google for like blog.robertelder.org and then like three computer scientists portrait or something. Does this tea make you high? No, just a regular chai tea. Let's see, I've totally forgotten. Let's see. Bought with the money from the ATM machine with the LCD display and LED diodes. Will you ever go to Bolivia and get coconut leaf tea? I can't see any reason to go to Bolivia. It's not something I've ever thought about. By the way, the euphoria with Yerba mate is real. And that's not into any of that stuff. How did you know how to make a CPU in such detail? Lots of research, and just buying lots of research on it, and it was actually quite a scavenger hunt to collect all those components and make that video. Coca leaf green tea is great, much better than caffeine. Vim star into Java. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to find there's a piece. It's been like 3 months since I worked on this, so I got to like relearn where everything is in the code. I completely forgot everything. Let me think. I need to figure out. It's like user. Oh, actually, that might be it. User. Yeah, maybe we should make. I gotta. Yeah, so the goal will be to make these so that it'll check to see if it's in the restricted graphics mode, and if it is, then it's got to use some more, either a plus or equals. Just watch your lecture video. Don't think I've ever seen more accurate representation of the UW winter hellscape. Yeah, I thought it was it's interesting. I guess you asked about Waterloo, but you hadn't seen that. I thought you probably had seen that, which is why I asked about it. But it's just a dumb little video, but I thought it would be it'd be nice to just like have a memorial to the Waterloo experience of like just sitting at the bus stop in a snowstorm, or the waiting for the train, and seeing the shadows of people running by and trying to catch the bus. Wilbur Mole. I can't pronounce that name. Love your videos. Thank you for the kind words. Could this game run live on IRC? There's some. Let's see. So it needs. I was thinking. I don't think you'd be able to run it like over just like TCP, because it does need to. Let me think. So it needs to calculate the terminal width and stuff. Yeah. So if so there's a server component and there's a client component, and right now the client, you would not be able to run the client through like Telnet or something, but in the future it would make sense. Everything is kind of compressed into client server communications, so there would be to access the server you need a client, and this is the client, so you'd have to run your own local client. Hey man, just wanted to say hi as a fellow UWSC alumni. Hope you have a good one. So I guess we've got a few Waterloo people here. Are you winning, sir? I think so. I have Vim set up with FZF plugin. Can then preview the buffers within it. Yeah, I've been. I need to become more efficient on my development methods. Historically, I've just been using Vim, and it works. It's a pretty good workflow for me. But I think with all the AI stuff, I'm going to need to become less old-fashioned. Did you actually meet up with random people at the university? Yes, there was 20 people that attended the event. Actually, I posted an updated comment with the full details. FZF is great. Yeah, I haven't used it actually. Anyone using Superfile in here? Seen it recently? Lively Terminal File Manager. I'm not familiar with that. Seriously, what's going on here? I'm going to try to fit UWN 2.5 model in my 6 GB VRAM GPU in a moment. We both in pain. That's my point. What's going on here is what's the stream about? So I was playing my block mining simulation game, then I switched to trying to do a bit of development, but I'm only able to focus on one thing at once. So coding and talking to chat is too much for me. So I'm getting distracted by the chat. Yes, yeah, so next step will be to figure out. Let's see. I have some way to figure out if it's in restricted graphics mode. It's just like a call that I do. Wait, who the hell are you? Me, I assume? I'm me. Can we get rescue trapped miners from your mining game yet? Nope, that's not in there yet, but it's a good idea. Vim is future-proof. I don't know. I would really like a language server, and I have not yet found like some kind of language server plugin. I don't know. Maybe there's been something in the last 6 months, but the last time I looked into it, it was like there was someone who had one, but it was just like, it was all these steps, and I couldn't, it was not clear to me how to actually use it. 2D was handled by GPU integrated video chip, and 3D was the NVIDIA chip. I know about this because I helped do hardware dev, worked on Oculus Rift. I guess I'm not sure if that refers to a specific other comment or not. VR headset works by being two monitors. This implementation of integrated and discrete chips made it possible. The GPU chip couldn't be circumvented. All I remember was it was proprietary and was told to basically wait for generation to be released. It was Intel, not NVIDIA, that caused this issue. Yeah, I guess I don't have any comment on that. Is this like PY game? I think PY game is it's like a Python thing for, or a Python module for like an interface for building general games. But this is not really like a library. So maybe I'll just go back to the playing the game. People seem to actually like that, so and I'm not good enough at multitasking. I guess I could just like totally ignore chat, but then that's also kind of defeats the point of a live stream. VI won't die because of low-level stuff like connecting to remote and having no GUI. Yeah, actually, that was one of the first things when I started the stream was like, oh, wait a minute, I can't, because I usually, like right now I'm running this on a separate machine that's a lot faster. And I was like, wait, I can't, if I develop in this IDE, I don't know, maybe there is a way to do it like within a SSH tunnel or something. I guess I could probably mount like a remote file system or something. But to do this development, it's got to be local. Yeah, I guess I probably could just mount a part of the remote file system, and that would allow me to have this editor and edit on another machine. But with Vim, it's great because I just type SSH and it's the same thing. I don't use Vim anymore, but I believe NeoVim has native integration of language servers. Yeah, NeoVim. I've never used NeoVim, but I guess it's like standard now or something. I always hear people talking about it. In 16 weeks, you will aim for 1 million members. If so, good luck, brother. Yeah, hopefully we can get there. Faye says, hey chat, how's it going? In the pure terminal thing, I mean terminal basic Linux thing, the Vim. No language server. LSP is a huge part of what makes Vim great. LSP, I'm not familiar with that acronym. LSP, language server or something. I'm talking about the Optimus laptop. You said I talked about it in the video job video. Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that was an annoying thing. It's always getting NVIDIA stuff is always it's always a pain. And it still is a pain. What's Ro building? I'm building a terminal-based block mining simulation game. So you walk around and you spam the M key to mine blocks in an infinite procedurally generated universe. And I was trying to do a little bit of development, but on this stream, but I'm my brain can only focus on one thing at a time. So now, I guess I'm defaulting back to just playing it, because it's possible to, I can play this game mindlessly and actually talk to chat. Let's see. Why don't you put space between function arguments like foo? Is that a habit or a Java thing? A space between. I don't know. I guess it's just kind of my own OCD. I think everyone has their own little like way they like to match characters and things. Chat can chat with itself. Yeah, but that's not a. People are going to feel left out if I ignore chat. And it's always those are always the streams that no one watches, where the person is not interacting with their chat. I need to click join to get you closer to your goal. You mean on YouTube, on browser? I guess if you want. The lowest tier is I think like 99 cents a month. Why I rejected my NVIDIA job offer video? Yeah, that I wasn't quite sure what you're referring to there. There's some fuse mount FS over SSH. Not sure if it would help. Yeah, I found you can actually, I think you can just do like SSH FS and then like have some arguments and stuff. And I was doing it. I have like a ZFS pool, like in an external storage bay, and I just used SSH FS to like remotely mount some of my files, and it just worked seamlessly, and it was really convenient. So I've never used that for anything other than that task, but it worked good. Both Vim and NeoVim can be used with LSB. You just need to look into plugins. Language server protocol, yeah. Yeah, so I did look into plugins, but I think I mean I also don't really want to install like some plugin doesn't have a lot of support, because I don't really super trust like some random GitHub repo or something. But if there's something that like catches on as a trusted thing, then maybe I will eventually get there. There are also some advantages to like the IDE stuff with like the go to definition and stuff. I don't know if there's an analog to that works well in Vim. Historically I try to not use plugins because they're unpredictable, and also they're not. If you SSH into a different machine, they're not going to be there. Welcome to our newest member. Let me try to pronounce which Gabri's. Hopefully that's close enough. Welcome to the student tier. So we're currently at 10 new members. So we got six left to go. Could be starting to get angry. Even on IT channel, things are getting aggressive. Vim versus NeoVim haters. Yeah, that's a competition that I don't think about these things. Block mining on the blockchain. It could do something like that. It could do. I don't know. I'll probably. I plan to not do any blockchain related projects. official subscribers can access the game. It's true. Is there any rumors or known things that you can say about, say, or during live stream to increase? People have suspected, like, if you just say, like, you know, trending topic, like artificial intelligence and stuff, or like, I don't know, people have a list of keywords that are copied and pasted, you know, just trending terms. What do you think about chemtrails? I think chemtrails are basically a pseudoscience thing, although there's contrails, which are caused by water vapor. One of the things that I, like if you want to do, you know, I guess the hypothesis is with chemtrails is there's some kind of chemicals that are being deliberately sprayed by planes, but the question is, like, if there are chemicals, how are they loaded? Like, why do maintenance workers who work at aircraft facilities, why do they not know about these components? And there's a hobby of people, you know, people take professional photos of planes. So why haven't people found, like, where this you know, this stuff is dispensed? Vim or NeoVim are in basics same thing. Yeah, I just use Vim. I don't even really know what the advantages for NeoVim are. I guess it's more graphical or something. Superior scripting. Worcestershire sauce. I had some of that. I had to throw it out because it was really old. Do you intend to add any AI to your game? I do not intend to add any AI in the game at this time, but I do think AI presents a lot of, like, interesting opportunities for, like, for example, the game. The game interface is very simple, but you could easily, like, reskin the entire. You could, like, have AI generated textures and stuff to reskin the entire game. And I think AI, the future of AI, will present some really interesting possibilities for stuff that, like, automatically making interfaces for games and things. And I think it's the logic that's going to be hard to automate with AI. VI is more basic. I prefer Vim, but VI is the real man. Yeah, it's nice to just have something basic that works everywhere. Not the LLM kind, more like enemies. Yeah, I could in the future. It's easy to imagine that, but at the same time, there's a whole bunch of, like, buggy stuff with the UI that I need to fix, and once that stuff is fixed, I think if the basic user interface of the game is bad, then I think that's a really huge hamper on playing it. If Shell is remotes, at least will have VI or Vim. Yeah, pretty much. Just go skydiving. You will get a real experience of planes flying and internal kinds of things, how it works. Skydiving is one of those things that I have no interest in doing. Idea for your streams: host open SSH box and look what crowd will do. But don't give it internet access. I guess like one of those Hack Me type things. Yeah, that'll be interesting. Yeah, I don't. I'm not probably not even the best qualified person to set up something like that. So this is very. Honestly, I feel like I've been like the last couple of years, I've been doing more of the content creation stuff, and that's kind of it made my actual development skills atrophy. Honestly, I would like to do more of the favorite Linux command series, because there's like some of the network commands. I haven't done like any of the IP or TCP dump, or like there's quite a few very important networking commands, and I have not done a video on them. Let's see. What about LMs? Are you layering with AI? If yes, how? Are you layering with AI? Not at this time. I haven't used AI for anything. Sorry, I'll have to unsubscribe because you don't use Vim, and we're unable to use LSP with it. Joking though. Yeah, eventually. I just have to like take the time to screw around with these things. It's so comfortable to just stick with what you've been doing, but to experiment with stuff. Like I have looked into it, but every time I look into it, it's there's like something that may derails my progress on it. Like getting up the language server connection and stuff, and I can give you my Linode server. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I also don't want I don't really want to give everyone an open relay to something. You said to not give it internet access, but if people can get into it, then in order for people to get into it, and theoretically it should be possible to get out of it, even if you have if they're able to get into it, that implies it is connected to the internet. So if you can, if you're super elite, you can probably figure out some way to get back out. I use Signal, simpler than Skype, has face-to-face, mobile for computer. Sad Pepe, how's it out of the park? Go Sky 5ing. It's good for IT. I'm so broke I can't pay attention. That's not good. Seriously, that's just what my shirt says. Actually, I'm so broke I can't decide if I want to get a light bulb or duct tape. I'm not sure what that means. Flash attention. Not sure what that part of the conversation means. Vim. I heard this great pun from George Carlin the other day. It goes, anticlimax, that's what my uncle's good at. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure what you're going on about there. Trying to follow these conversations. Okay. Funny, I was just saying to my girlfriend. Yeah, I guess there's I don't know, some kind of side conversation about cocaine or something going on there. I'd say whatever, the odd joke is fine, but probably it makes sense to not. I don't want to attract other people that want to talk about like substances and stuff like that. The YouTube algorithm will probably be like, oh, this is what people want to talk about. These layoffs are not because of AI. Yeah, it makes a company to invest in how to use this thing. People are just doged. AI happens to make more people be involved, not less. Yeah, AI. I mean, I'm using AI for my daily posts recently, and those are generating, like it's, in one way you could say it's making me more effective at making my daily posts, because I would not do those daily posts if I didn't have access to AI. So technically, it is like, in that sense, it is like, for my use cases, it is creating new jobs. Have you tried using heroic amounts of Adderall to become better at coding? No, I don't. I've never done. I've never been prescribed any of that stuff, and I plan to stay away from it. I know a lot of like top streamers are on that stuff all the time, but I don't know. I do kind of get tired talking and streaming for a bit, but I think it'll make sense to just like become better at it without any of that stuff. I can just have, drink some caffeine and stuff. It's easy to fry your brain. Don't think he was talking about drugs, just joking around. Yeah, I figured I kind of got lost in the chat. I think there's like people talking to each other. It's hard to follow. AI is a new technology. You need resources to understand it. It's giving work, not taking work. Yeah, and like for those daily posts that I do, it's actually like it takes me quite a while. Like I usually have to spend, it's almost an hour to come up with or like it's usually over an hour I spend trying to come up with the daily post, and to get the actual image, I have to. I usually have to try, like I'll generate like 50 of them before I get one that actually is good enough to post. A lot of them are like total nonsense, and I feel like change the prompt because it gets things wrong. And yeah, I never use substances, especially except of a beer or two. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing that stuff to enhance your performance, that it's like a treadmill. Like you can always escalate. You can always use more of it. And then I think if you don't have it, you're less effective. I think it's the most sustainable is just to like avoid it entirely. Learn how to become proficient without it. We used to be able to produce coherent text. Was the quality of intelligent people. It's not the case anymore. We got used to that. We got used to that. Being able to produce coherent text. Okay, as like a marker of intelligence. Yeah, in the last few years, I've increasingly looked at like forums and stuff, and I'll think like, is like everything here bots? But I don't know, because they can be really convincing now. Try AI with your sensitive data to achieve a specific goal. It's not that easy. Tremendous work and learning path. The more you know about the subject, the more obvious is the hallucinations. Yeah. The thing is, like, a lot of people are not familiar with stuff. So if you just post, like, convincing sounding, like, gibberish, according to experts, blah, blah, blah. Not all help for a year. Constantly work with errors and fixes in code. Bots have a telling signature. Well, some bots do, but some bots, like the whole goal of a bot is to evade detection. It's been a week to find that one buggy line written 3 years ago by someone else. And now AI can make thousands of lines of buggy code like that. Don't see how AI can fix that until context window fits whole project. Code plus history plus Jira tickets. Yeah, the thing is, it may be able to. We may actually get like, like AI may be able to break it down. Like maybe you could break it down into like, here's a specific problem. Like, there's a deadlock in the program. And then you could break it down into like 50 queries where you like go through every file and say like, is this file relevant to this problem? Is this file relevant to this problem? And then the result of that analysis, you could feed that into another query to say like, okay, which thing do I look into to solve this problem? And so with the, what is it? I think they're calling it like chain of thought. I think that the chain of thought stuff may actually be able to we with what I've seen so far, like we may, who knows what the government has access to, but we may actually get to a point where, like it's so good, it kind of goes crazy, and is able to like actually meaningfully solve, like random deadlock problems, and it's definitely not there now. At least like the stuff that the public has access to, it's not there. I find it fascinating that people talk about AI and they not knowing even transformers from Hugging Face. They think that ChatGPT is AI. Like Chrome is the internet. Yeah, that's another big thing is like there's so much to know to even like talk about this with any competence. There's so much stuff to know, and even if you're like a software engineer in the field, like keeping up to date with the latest and greatest is becoming increasingly difficult. Chain of thought is just feedback loop. Neat library. Python is more advanced. Neuroevolution used it before ChatGPT. You say just feedback loop, but I think a feedback loop is like that's I think going to be the critical component for like the general AI is is some really intelligent, powerful individual queries, like queries that are like just inquisitive queries, like is this thing relevant to this thing, and then run 1,000 of those on a code base to a specific problem. Because once you can like, because that would fix the context window problem. Because then if you know what specific part of the program is relevant to your domain of focus, and you can just extract that and ask your question. I wrote own test manager giving me stack traces. Perl language doesn't come with this. I use only Perl. Feedback loop is just a feedback loop where we are genomes, population, and selection. I don't know. I think you're downplaying the significance of feedback loops. There's a pretty big difference between open loop and closed loop. feedback control systems. I is fake, but I think these tools have their use. One of the guys in my workplace made a command line tool that receives prompts, feeds them into a local model, and creates proper Linux commands, converts these files to MP3, and produces FFmpeg command. Is it able to actually make like correct FFmpeg commands? Because that in itself is like, it depends on, I think it even depends on the version of FFmpeg. As they changed around their FFmpeg arguments are notoriously difficult to figure out. You need to pick up the best low pop, let's say population from population. You'll see it will be happening, but it takes a lot of resources. Normal neural networks are using this evolution approach for a long time. I mean, like classical neural networks, like backpropagation and stuff, are like a different thing entirely to what the large language model stuff we have now. I mean, both of them together are going to be pretty crazy. Do you use large LLMs much in life? I haven't directly used them at all. I have found myself actually using ChatGPT for a few things. It's not a wrapper, let's say, a more broad view. You treat an agent like one member of a species, then you go the evolution way, like from biology. I think you're talking about like growing new models and algorithms. I mean, large language models, you could fit like a large language model into doing something like that. Like all these things can be combined and used together. I've installed the whole shebang AI on my computer with medium large model. Guess why I deleted the next day? Why? Yep, survival of the strongest is yet another level. Bigger than just feedback loop. Yeah, I guess that's like a second order evolution. It's like a second order kind of feedback loop. I used Croc today to catch up on some scandals. I was surprised it provided up-to-date data. I also used Gemini recently because I had to complete a task in a language I don't know. But not to create code, only to explain some concepts. Slow. I guess the language model was slow. Yeah, I would imagine you need some really intense hardware. Like I think that was actually, if I remember correctly, the big breakthrough with like why the latest AI was so like why these large language models are, and all the image generation tools are so great. It's just because they have like, literally hundreds of millions of dollars worth of hardware. And it's like, it's like millions of dollars to train the model once. I think your content is awesome. I hope you're having a nice day. Yeah, today's a pretty good day so far. We're on track fairly well with the membership goal. Google Gemini is the best as for now, to be honest. Yeah. Actually, I've never even tried Google Gemini. Yeah, I've like heard of it a couple times, but it's completely off my radar. No one talks about it. It has tremendous context length and ability to browse. Gemini is on the web, but no one uses it, so it's fast. I wonder if it's probably just new, like nobody knows about it. Gemini was useful to me, but the code it produces, except the most trivial, doesn't execute. Yeah, I mean that's the big problem with all these like code generation tools and stuff. Like if it makes code that doesn't run, that's a pretty big problem. And that's what I've had in a few times I've asked ChatGPT to make something for me. Okay, bye. Have a great Sunday, all of you, even Vim haters. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the membership. It's far more useful if you provide it code you wrote and ask for feedback or insistence on an issue rather than ask it to make something from scratch. Yeah, I think there's definitely some really killer use cases for AI with like that kind of analysis or like detection. Links are not allowed in YT chat. Yeah, for good reason, I guess. Don't want to have people linking malware. In my country, people just spam links of videos they want to promote. Very annoying. Yeah, fortunately, I don't have much. I mean, knock on wood, but spam hasn't been a problem here for a while. I guess I think the YouTube algorithm figured out like what type of person wants to actually watch this content, so it's starting to get accurate. 2 attempts to get DeepSync R1 to produce valid FFmpeg code to convert WebM to MP3 failed. Yeah, I remember one of the first questions I asked ChatGPT was I wanted to see if some people accused me of using AI to make my shorts, the Linux command shorts. So I decided, I'm like, okay, maybe I can actually just make these with AI. So I asked it to write a script for the PTX command, and the script it gave me had like instructions for like running FFmpeg command. It thought that the PTX command was like the FFmpeg command, and it just gave me all this, like, it was just total nonsense. It just made up arguments that don't exist. And it's one of my first significant examples of how an LLM, if it doesn't have data on something, because like nobody has written, I think I have probably the most extensive guide to using the PTX command on the internet, because it's such an obscure command that no one needs to use. And because of that, you get like all these hallucinations and irrelevant stuff. Purple is, if given the accents in your nickname, are you from Eastern Europe? There's an issue with the whole ending stream when X subs, because the better your content, the higher the incentive to not subscribe to make the stream longer. Yeah, I guess it's also, I also kind of wonder, like, it must also make, like, I would assume if YouTube is going to ask like what type of person is subscribing. I think it's probably going to feed it back into the algorithm. So to encourage that behavior probably means next stream it'll be like, oh, we got to find people who want. The only people who come here are the people who end up subscribing. Because I'd assume I would have to weight people more highly if they actually become a channel member than if they don't. Hallucinations are real. Learning from a few other languages, just combined the pretty letters. By my surname, everyone can tell from my nationality is Serbian. Learning languages is good for your brain. Teaching them is probably even better. Learning a language is a lot of work. You also have to like learn the culture and stuff to fully appreciate everything. I played a video game that was probably made by Serbian devs. It's called CUB. Very nice. Speaking of me, I'm Ukrainian, but now in Poland. Guess why? Yeah, I can think of a few reasons to maybe go to Poland instead of Ukraine. Very difficult to fluently learn Serbian. Robert is 100% right. For a South African, it's a bit easier because we have 13 official languages. Wow. Yeah, I did French immersion, and it was so much work to learn French, but I have such an aversion to learning languages now, just because it's so much work and it doesn't produce anything. It's like a cost of doing business type of thing. You just have to spend so much effort into it, and it doesn't produce anything. And then if you're in a situation where you have to learn three languages, now you're just like spending all this time learning things that are effectively, there's no real fruits of your labor. And if everyone just spoke the same language in the world, then we wouldn't have to learn languages. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't the economy think about how much GDP would increase if everyone spoke the same language. War is terrible in modern times. Hate these drones. Still love Ukraine. All about generating shareholder value. Yeah, that's one issue, but it's more complicated than that, I think. Do you believe that given the saturation of the current job market, is it still worth pursuing a degree in CS? If so, would someone without co-op employment be such a disadvantage? Let's see. I guess it probably depends on where you are. So, are you asking for you specifically? Like, are you planning to go into it? I think if you do, so would someone without co-op employment be at such a significant disadvantage? I think if someone is in a place where getting co-op employment is impossible. Personally, I would not. If you're ever going to do software, some kind of software career, I would say the number one biggest thing that the job can give you is some kind of structure or segue into the job market. So at Waterloo, the co-op program was a really big deal. That was a really big part of what they offered. And I thought it was that's neat, that's kind of nice. But in hindsight, that was probably the most valuable thing of going to the University of Waterloo was the co-op program and the fact that they have a building there dedicated to interviews and stuff. So for career development, if you're just getting into it or thinking about getting into it, I still think it's. It's really hard to say because the question is if you say, oh well, CS careers are done, then the question is what else. And maybe it's going to be bad for a couple of years, but it could be that if you enroll now, when you graduate in 4 years, maybe the economy will be booming again, or that we kind of people will move on to some other stuff. Because it's not like software is going to go away. We're kind of continue. We're going to continue doing, technology stuff in some capacity. But I do think it's going to mean that it probably means that if you're good and talented at it, you work hard, you'll probably be able to come out way more ahead. But if you're the very bottom of the barrel, and I think anyone graduating now is at a really big disadvantage, just because it's getting that first experience is hard, and then the big problem is if you don't get experience now, let's say you don't get any experience for 2 years after you graduate. In 2 years from now, people are going to be oh, well, you couldn't get a job for 2 years, so you must not be good. But it might just be the job market and, you had bad luck. Because everyone wants to hire people with experience. People would be upset over which language it would be. How's life going, Robert, compared to a couple months ago? It's definitely better. I posted an update, a couple updated videos since then, so the full details are there. I mean, I would have to understand German's. Cybernetics is worth the study as well. Good job in nanocomputers. We actually had a nanotechnology program at Waterloo, and I've heard that the employment is the number of people that get employed is not that great, because they're basically competing with like a lot of the chemical engineers, and it's just like the market is too small. Nanocomputers. Yeah, I guess it's probably like in specifically chip manufacturing, there might be a bit more jobs than that. You should all speak Chinese, seeing as how it's one of the most spoken languages in the world. I doubt many could learn it. Very complex. German language has remarkable knowledge. If you guys are ever interested in learning and reading, he has amazing concepts for learning. I'm fascinated with a word called Dyson in German. It's a wonderfully complex word. Yeah, German has a lot of it has those like run-on sentences where like you just take every word in a sentence and cram it together and make a new word. I used to speak fluent German in their own dialects. I was 7 years old. Oh, we got a new channel member, Andrew Stevens. Welcome to the student tier. So we're now at 11 channel members, so we got 5 more to go. Let's see. What would I need to be able to share memory between older computers across the network? To be able to share memory, like RAM, you mean? Like if between older computers across the network. I mean, that's the kind of thing that like you'd have custom middleware that runs on the computers. Like it sounds like you're getting into like a cluster, like almost like scientific computing. If you want to share like the main memory between computers, that's like an advanced topic, and usually you'd have custom software for that, I think, because you have to have something that distributes stuff and resolves race conditions and all that. If you go into bioinformatics, that's a growing field. Yeah, I did know someone who was in that. I'm not sure what the job prospects are. It can happen only when Chinese will have their variant of K-pop. Yeah, Squid Game is like Korea. Yeah, China doesn't really have a lot of culture to export. How many are we on? We're currently up to 11 new members now. I'm currently in my freshman year at uni. My school is pretty bad at helping kids get internships. That's too bad. Yeah, I would say yeah, I don't. I guess it's the main thing is like getting those initial jobs, because once you can, I guess if you're in your freshman year, it's quite possible. Like, I would be very surprised if the job market continues to get worse for the next few years. It's possible. Like, when I graduated, I timed the market. When I graduated in the best possible job market. That was amazing. The salaries were lucrative, but instead I chose to start a business, and people now, so like someone just as good as me, is it a real disadvantage? So if you're just starting now, you may graduate into a much better job market. So hopefully that is that's where you're going. More code than ever will be made and need to be maintained, debugged. But the question is, what the companies have the capital to employ us? Yeah, it's I mean, some companies are going to go. We're about to go through like extinction events in the economy. Some companies are not going to exist much longer, but then the ones that remain are going to do very well. The job market in the U.S. really that bad? Where I'm from in the EU, honestly, you can already land quite an okay job with some basic Python experience. I saw a Hacker News thread the other day where some people were saying like apparently it really is, if like they made it sound very, very bad, saying like these people they put out a job listing and they got like 1,000 applications and all these like senior people that had 10 years experience and let's see. Andrew Stevens, you can now play the terminal block game. Oh yeah, that's part of my license deal. Looking to specializations that combine CS with other sciences. There's so much more to go into. Yeah, I think that's also that is a kind of a good backup plan. And I've said that on other streams before, is that software does not exist in a vacuum. The reason why people pay money to get people to write software is because it does something useful for the real world. So if you like pick a secondary passion or interest you have that's like maybe ideally not even technical, and like kind of be testing the waters on that and learning about it, and then try to become maybe proficient on the intersection of like software development and that other thing. So if it's like if you're interested in music, learn about like how what is the software world of software and music, or if it's something agriculture, like if you live on a farm or something like that, if you know a lot more about farming than other people, think about like software and farming, and those are the kinds of niches where like if you imagine the kind of software that runs for doing like agricultural soil sample surveys and stuff like that, that's the kind of thing there'd be big money associated with that, and might be a good backup plan, because that way in 4 years, if the market totally collapses, that way you'll have a kind of some other you can at least like put it on your resume. It'll kind of help you qualify for those like really specialized positions. Because like if you go to work for somewhere like John Deere Tractors as a firmware developer, if you say like I come from a family 10 generations of farmers or something like that, then they'll see that and be like, okay, take this guy immediately. So we got another Alan Wong is our newest channel member, and welcome to the member tier. So we're up to 12. Thank you for the new membership. You are now eligible to play the block mining simulation game. Let's see, I missed some chats there. Sees the memes of data retention. The memes of data retention. Hope you like gambling, kids. Is it the same thing? I've read license deal. Cybernetics is like talked about in information technology. Actually, I don't even know the definition of cybernetics. I think I took a course in school. It was like cybernetics in society. MIDI controllers for days. Yeah, once you pick like a kind of non-technical field and technical field, and combine them together, you get into something like the real meat of application, and that's where the money is. Getting into E is supposed to be hard, I think. Music and coding is a great combination. Yeah, it's I mean, if you're into music, that was just like a random example, but like there might be some kind of like minor passion that you're intrinsically interested in, that you would do, just like a curiosity or something. And if you can combine those together, then gives you more directions of freedom. Hey Robert, hope things are well. If you could go back in time, would you still pursue software engineering, or do you think you would have tried going into a different field, electrical engineering? Honestly, if I was to compare software engineering and electrical engineering, I'd still pick software engineering, because from my experience, most people who go into electrical engineering, a lot of them actually end up basically just writing software. They end up being like second-tier software developers, at least when I was in school. I mean, if I could go, it's hard to answer that question, because a lot of the things, if I could go back, there are things that are I can't really timing the market. I should have left Canada and just gone to Amazon. That would have maximized my money. Or should have gone to like Amazon, or should have gone to Nvidia and took their stock options. But of course, it would be better to just have bought the stock. I should have dropped out of high school, got a job at McDonald's, and bought the stock. Roboter, have you ever had any success with relationships in your life? I mean, I've had relationships, but the big issue is moving around and all the time, and being get rent evicted, and I haven't been in many job markets, and there are good ones, have good pay, and if you're willing to work at a lower pay, the bad job markets have jobs too. Demand is always higher there. The wages might not be. Yeah, in a bad market, you can always lower your expectations. Like, you can just get some job to have something on your resume and just kind of barely survive for a while just to get the experience. But it's also kind of higher risk, because you can waste a lot of time. You can work for employers that have no idea what they're doing. It's like in my video when I talk about these clueless employers that don't know what they're doing, and there's bad contract experiences. You can have the same kind of bad contract experience, but it's still a full-time job. Hey Robert, enjoyed some of your videos. Find your channel through the YT algorithm. Real-time kinematics for support. Accurate GPS for farming is where it's at. Yeah, I'm sure there's if some specific, if you become the world expert on that specific thing, then you can make big bucks. Cybernetics topic. Root of the word for government is cyber, which is a Greek root for dealing with steering ships. Wait a little. We've evolved from substances to AI to cybernetics. Next topic, cybergenetics. Mr. Beast makes game shows like Squid Games for mega views. Can you make a block mining game that has them all being executed after random games, like Squid block mining game? I don't know. That's sounds like trying to cram too many fads together at once. I have a degree in computer engineering and electrical engineering. PCB layout is what I use my electrical engineering. For computer engineering is my software dev side. Yeah, I have from what I've seen is that like a lot of when I went to school, a lot of people who we knew of who did electrical or computer engineering eventually ended up writing software anyway. But they mostly they wrote software in domains that were like very like hardware development focused. So they were writing like software. A few of them ended up writing software like VHDL, some kind of software for like developing VHDL models and stuff like that, and constraint solving stuff. What was it called? Like register transfer logic. That stuff is out of my domain, but cybernetics is transdisciplinary study of circular causal processes such as feedback and recursion, where the effects of a system's actions return as inputs to that system, influencing subsequent action. It almost sounds like a philosophical, interpretation of technology. Technology applied to society. PCB layout is what. I read that. Hard to imagine using that except when programming microcontrollers for some real-life devices and vehicles. Electrical also requires higher knowledge in physics. Yeah, I would generally expect. I would expect it to. The exact curriculum probably depends a lot on the university. I find even between universities, you can have like a quote unquote software engineering degree at one university, and it's not really, doesn't exactly compare to a neighboring university. Relationship might give you some much needed stability, doubles your network too. You'd make a great husband and father. Oh, thank you for the kind words. It would also make Saturday evening streams obsolete. Yeah, I guess they would also take up much time. I wouldn't call my current relationship successful unless I outlive her. For me, the UPS is an electrical engineering wireful, uninterrupted power supply. Yeah, the design of power supplies and like power supply switchover is I mean I've looked into buying one, and from what I understand, you actually need quite a bit of money. You have to invest quite a bit to get like a good quality one, because you have to think about like the sine wave matching, and I've heard I was thinking about getting one, and then I read that if you get one that is that's low quality enough, it can actually damage your electronics. Okay, well, bite in the cybernetics DNA. DNA is conductive. When it's bound to histones, it doesn't. So it's a linear semiconductor, and if you design an active genome correctly, you could make a fractal antenna that could move histones and change DNA expression based off radio wave absorption. So that they are. It's all part of the plan. 5G genome histone reprogramming. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there is so much interesting stuff related to that. Like it's well, actually Sabine, the German YouTuber, she has a video on 5G, talking about like she investigated 5G, and she's like, actually, there are some concerns with it. From what I understand, with 5G, like 5G is like a market, 5G, 4G, whatever. Those are marketing terms, but depending on the specific model of antenna, with 5G, one of the whole points of 5G antennas is you can focus the beam, and to do that, you have to have the ability to with a phased array antenna, you can basically form. You can modulate the waveform such that your beaming. You can as a solid state antenna, you can change where most of the energy is directed, which is actually a pretty interesting property, because it technically means if some of your 5G antennas gets hacked and they reprogram the firmware, then they could turn it into a weapon, like a microwave. It depends what the power output is. You'd be limited by the maximum power output of it, but there's stuff in the firmware of those to adhere to safety considerations, because if you put too much energy in a particular place, you can actually hurt someone. Like if you go up on top of a roof and you physically grab an antenna, you can get electrocuted because there's quite a bit of energy going through those things. Transmitted in airplanes in aerosol form. The future is full of weird and wonderful, magical things. It's incredible corrects. Corrects also electricity to a constant going into your electronics. Where was he going with the RAM question? If memory sharing is possible with a custom OS driver, or would it need a custom AMU chipset and/or BIOS? You mean to have one computer that uses the RAM from multiple computers? I think it really depends on what you're trying to do. Outside of some special, I'm sure there's really probably niche server blades of high memory server blades where it's it's a whole flat stack with lots of memory. With up to 100 memory sticks or something like that. And with you might consider that multiple computers. But if you're talking about an old desktop computer or something like that, the only way to use memory, the only way to use all your RAM up across multiple computers would be part of some sort of specialized application. So it'd be if you're doing scientific computing, you'd write a specific program that hosts a server, and it has to send the data over the wire to read and write from RAM, which would of course be very slow. So I'm not sure. It would really depend on what your application was. If your antenna absorbs more energy than your device can handle, you can fry stuff. Not want waves to go through me in any shape or form. More want to genetically engineer algae to make the sugar the wrong way, around to potentially carbon sink us away from climate breakdown. There was actually some interesting breakthroughs, I think, with food generation. With if you watch the All In podcast, one of the guys who has that has a company that does genetic engineering of it was with seeds. and they found a way. I forget the details of it, but it was like a novel way to basically like speed up experimentation with like trying to find good traits in plants to make, you know, to increase yield and make them like drought resistant and stuff. And that was like a recent thing, so we'll probably see that being used in practice soon. Same FPGAs that work with beamforming phased arrays can alter the signal fast enough to create signals on different carrier being used. Yeah, I'm not. I would say I know enough about like radio equipment stuff to be dangerous, but there's a lot of really interesting physics, and I think it's actually like the potential of radio communication is not fully realized at all. There's still like a lot of innovation to be done there, even though it's like a super old technology. And have it be controlled from space to prevent complete ocean collapse. Yeah, I mean, it's dangerous playing with altering those genomes and stuff like that. All we have to do is like screw something up once, and like imagine if we accidentally kill all the plankton in the ocean. That would be a big problem. Much like the ultrasonic transistor based on audio laser speakers. Phased arrays are freaking fascinating. I agree. I want to make an FPGA cluster. Yeah, there's a lot of that kind of stuff I'd like to experiment with, but there's not enough hours in the day. I need to get a whole bunch of money, and then I can hire people to do these experiments. No application in mind in particular. How many members do you have right now? Currently we're at 12 of the goal of 16. Guys, it's almost 2 in my time zone. Thanks to everyone for a great chat. Also, good luck with Robert on getting more members. See you. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. It'd be neat if waves are restricted to direction based on antenna height. I don't know much about antenna engineering, but I know it's extremely, like, the physics of wave propagation from your antenna is pretty complicated. I think NASA used like some kind of like evolutionary algorithm to design some optimized antenna that was like some super weird shape. Do you think it's a good idea to give context to like 5 ChatGPTs with their language models for them to be specific specialists and make them talk to each other to solve a problem from a human input? I don't know. I guess you can just try it, and if it gets the result you want, then let's give like context to like 5 ChatGPTs. Corey True Leo says, hey, what's up? Not too much. We're just mining some blocks in this infinite procedurally generated universe. Skype getting shut down in May of this year, end of an era. Yeah, Skype is, I don't understand what's with Microsoft. They bought Skype, and then they just like neglected it, and then they replaced it with like they had their own replacement, and that like none of their things work properly. They just buy things to make them not work. Can you explain the procedural generation of your block mining universe? Yeah. Actually, maybe I might just take a quick break and go to the washroom, and then I'll be back, and there was some content I was thinking about. I'll talk about some of the noise generation, maybe shows and demos and stuff. I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. I'm gonna make some tea and get a bite to eat. I saw a video with this from 2-minute papers, and they showed some great results. Wondering what kind of specialist team would suit programmers, as the video was talking about more of a general science. Use secure messengers instead of Skype. Game name, this is the terminal-based block mining simulation game. It's a game that I made. Let's see. Yeah, I haven't gotten into the whole secure messaging app. I guess I don't really have much use for it, honestly. Mike picks up the washroom. I'll have to go back and what is the beeping noise in the video? I just warmed some stuff up in the microwave. How many total members do you have now? We're currently sitting at 12 members, and the goal is 16. But I just took a break to go grab a bite to eat and make another tea. So don't let me forget about I have tea boiling on the pot on the stove. Everyone needs privacy. Yeah, I guess I just haven't. Encryption's important, but I haven't had time to actually use look into any of those apps. I just use email. Looks like we've got our newest member, Ranch Onyx. Welcome to the student tier. So we're now at 13 new members. So we got 3 more to go, and then we reached our goal. And I'm gonna go take a look at my tea and see if my food's warmed up. Be right back. Oh, I guess we got another channel member. Welcome to Alex, to the student tier. Let's see, I'm missing a bunch of chats. Can you explain procedural generation of a game world? Yeah, let me grab my food and I'll go through some of that. Add to him into Vim. Told him just to swim. How many total members should be on this point? Beyond this one stream, it's over 100. I haven't. I forget the exact number, but let me just grab the food. Let's see. Okay, the chunk initializer thread state. That is the main, that kind of high-level entry point to get the block data at a given coordinate. So call this function with a coordinate, and then this will it gets a noise value, and based on, so it uses this this here is the actual noise generator. So you pass in the coordinate, so you want to get noise 4, and you pass noise in. You get a couple values with a couple different frequencies and like intensities. And so what that means is you basically have like the islands, the ores islands. Those are like the mountain peaks or something, and then from that you can just like multiply. It's kind of hard to read with that font. Okay, so small wave noise times positive large wave noise. Okay, yeah, so here what I'm doing is I'm clipping it so that means if it's below a certain amount, we just floor it down to 0. And so this is what basically gives the effect of those ore islands. And then when you multiply this thing that is basically 0 everywhere except for where the ore islands are, that gives you like a bit of gradient in those areas. And then when it basically just says like, okay, if it's below this value, then just give me a rock. But if it's at this area, if it's between this range, and I just this is like the dumbest simple algorithm for doing the ore generation. Let's see. You should take more chats so you get more members. Chat's pretty, oh, yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, I guess going on break got me those 2 members. Can change every second if you want. Is your game going to be available to the public? There's a link in the description. I'm so geek. I'll also have a public phone number. My local park referee. Never use it. That's great. Glad to see your channel is steadily growing. Also nice to hear you had a bunch of people showed your IRL gathering. Yeah, that was an interesting piece of data to know. Like honestly, I had absolutely no idea. Like the internet's kind of not a real place. There's no way to know like if the people in chat are bots or not or whatever. But there's yeah, I think I counted around 20 people or so. I didn't quite get a lot of time to talk to everyone there, but it was kind of odd. There's a few people there. There was one person there who said that they have a friend who watched my videos, and that friend was planning to come, but their like car broke down or something, and so this guy was going to come with him, but he doesn't know me at all, but he's just like, oh, I'll just go anyway. Is it generated mind persistent, or does it go away if you keep moving? No, so it's with the this is one of the benefits of the smooth noise generator functions. So you pass in the coordinate for a given position on the map, and it should deterministically gives you noise that is like locally relevant and related to things close to it. And so that is the let's see. So there's frequencies and I think amplitudes here. I haven't been writing this for a while, and so here I'm doing let's see, large wave noise. Yeah, it's kind of like a haphazardly made thing. I just have to kind of tweak it with some constants, so it doesn't necessarily return values between any finite range. And then for the caves, okay, so for the caves, what I'm doing is I'm saying like, if there's noise that's between like around 0, then just like make that empty space, and so that gives you kind of cave-looking structures. And then I have a couple, so ores only appear underground. And at the ground level, you can get iron ore, and then everything up from that is just the wood, I guess. Which is, it's not it doesn't actually give you trees or anything. It's dumb, but it works. Good enough. Isn't dumb. Is the generator? I read that. Internet is dead. Long live the internet. Yeah, the internet is very interesting. It's a fantastic and strange place. I'm going to join your game real quick. Is that okay? Because if you're still coding, I don't want to mess it up. Join the game. It's not multiplayer at this point. There is ideally long term I'd like to make it multiplayer, but I heart Robert Elder Software. Oh, thank you for the kind words. What is the I'm not sure what you mean by that. When will it be multiplayer? When I have the opportunity to code that, but I haven't worked on it in a few months. So my business strategy is whatever makes money, do more of that. And right now the long form videos have been bringing in most of the money for me. So I'm going to continue putting most of my time into that, and I think longer term that may be able to back fund some of the work on this, and then if I can make the the game aspects of this a bit more like, easily accessible and like intelligible. Because a terminal-based game is not it's not for like a mass market audience, but the logic exists, and there's like some it could like just like reskin all of the graphics and stuff like that at some point once there's a kind of functional underlying game. And here is the actual noise generation code. So taking the coordinate, frequencies, and amplitudes. Some casting stuff, and this basically follows. It's basically like it's a multi-dimensional generalized version of Berlin noise. So I just looked up like how to do Berlin noise, and then I just figured out like what's the more generalized version, and the algorithm I use to get the entropy. So the coordinate goes in, and then I just do I guess I refactored it to be a general hash function, but I was thinking about experimenting with the different hash functions to maybe make it a bit faster. I was asking if I can help contribute to the code base. I think at this time I'm just gonna like kind of do my own thing on it. I think long term it would make sense to maybe make it like something where people can like code on top of it. And at this point, like for copyright reasons and stuff, I don't think the benefits, the downsides outweigh any of the benefits. And also like I have a very specific way that I want to make things. So if someone else does a volunteer thing to contribute to code, I may like, I don't really want to use it, and I don't want to have someone invest work in it and then tell them like I'm not going to merge this. But I think it would make sense if people can like build on top of it. But for now, like the code is available, and so for your own purposes, if you want to modify it, you can just clone it and change it as you like. There's Java in it. I can do Java. Got a bug there. Hello. Not sure what you mean by that. Should change that line up there. There's 2x. That's wrong. Let me go back to that. $2x. Yeah, I'm not sure what someone was saying. There's a bug. I'm not sure what you mean by that. How long does it take to make a typical long form video from pre-scripted pre-prod to final upload? Depends on I guess how long the script is. I'd say I'm like 80% done the script for one right now. You're killing it on YouTube right now. Just keep going and you'll succeed. Hopefully. Go, Robert. What kind of content does the best for you? Well, you said the Brock Loser video had, and then how to make a CPU both took off. How does one make more content about broke ass way for making? There's a lot of stuff I could do. I would like to. I have many ideas for videos, but it's just about like getting the video completed and released and uploaded, and yeah, it's all about the production process. The editing and stuff too is very time consuming. Solo the bones of the game. Yeah, that's basically the plan. Do you plan to do any animations? Personally, I will probably not do any like graphics programming. Like if I got that to the point where this actually I'm seriously consider graphics programming, I would probably just hire that or outsource it because it's not my field of expertise. Noise greater than. Oh. Noise greater than 0.02. Do you mean this line for the caves? For the thing about the noise? It's greater than or equal to minus 0.02 to positive. My goal was such a RAM driver read to emulate a computer. I can't afford to be able to slowly run software that wouldn't otherwise be possible without modification. Yeah, if you're planning to like run, is it possible to fool the operating system into thinking there's more room there than actually is? Fool the OS. That's more RAM than there actually is. The RAM I need is more than 10 times the amount the motherboard will support, and I have no money. I mean, if you're trying to like doing that to try and save money, I think the amount of effort you'd have to invest. Yeah, I mean, like you're talking about like some serious, like hardware and or software hacking. I think you probably don't have the resources to make what you want to work with that. Like to fool, to have like network to memory and stuff like that. Like that's super advanced, supercomputing stuff. Yeah, and I mean, if you want to do like fancy advanced memory sharing stuff, all that stuff is like requires like way more money than just buying a new computer that can support what you want. What's your opinion on Quizit? Are you interested in that at all? Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. Actually, I haven't heard that term before. Full OS, that's okay. You can use swap perhaps. I guess it's like, yeah. That I mean, that's about the best. That's about the best you could do. Microsoft needs to hire this guy. Yeah, I mean that comment there about using swap. It kind of sounds like that's what you want to do, but if you wanted like if you're trying to do it like a hardware level, but the problem is swap is going to swap the disk, and if you're swapping to magnetic storage, that's going to be incredibly like it's on the order of 1,000 times slower than like regular memory. More dedicated RAM. Download more RAM. That's an option. Swap space or compressed RAM. Yeah, I guess I've never had to compress RAM, but it's probably. I think there's some stuff like that in the Linux kernel. I don't know much about it. I'm actually developing custom chipset that allows you to bypass RAM limits and interconnect to non-Xeon processors. Wow, that's that's very specific stuff. So I mean, it looks like you're chatting in the right place, because there's not very many people. Like, it's if you wanted to look for someone who's developing a custom chipset that allows you to bypass RAM limits, there's not a lot of people out there doing that, and you found one of them here. Said RAM is enabled by default on Ubuntu. Yeah, I would assume that kind of stuff is all automatic. What do you think about SDET career path? I'm a mediocre dev with 3 years experience in England. Pay here isn't great. Supposedly SDET is a good way to specialize. SDET. I'm not sure what does that abbreviation stand for. So, software. Yeah, I guess I can't guess at what SDET stands for. Yeah, swap is slow, and in some cases it's like it can be so slow it almost seems like your computer is locked up. If you have like if you had like a super fast NVMe memory or something, I think it can be pretty decent. I have too much time in my hands, and I'm physically disabled with a driver's license. So if it's doable purely in software, I'll put in the effort. Asking you as part of my attempted research. Yeah, I think what you're trying to do is the ability to share. Like what operating system do you use? Do you use Linux, and like what types of applications you're running? Because usually if you want to have if you have two physical different CPUs, like in a mainframe, like a data center or something, if you have like servers, you have some like specialized piece of software, like some protein folding software or something that's very specifically written to send data over the network, maintain it in memory, and like it is a specific algorithm to look something up in a hash table, and this is all like stuff that you've written by hand for a specific task. It's not. I mean, there might be there's probably some software from VMware that only runs in very specific things. The license costs like $1 million a year or something for data centers or something that allows you to do seamless virtualizations. But like I said about writing custom chipsets and stuff, like this is in the field of advanced high performance computing research, and it almost always requires specific that you write the software for specific hardware for specific tasks. Of course you can always just write a server that takes some data and stores it in memory, but that's going to be on the order of 10 million times slower than RAM, and it's not going to help you browse the internet or anything. I'm trying to save up for PC. What PC parts do you recommend? I'm actually not qualified to answer that. For when I've thought about buying stuff, I would just go to Linus Tech Tips, and I find that the field is changing every few years. There's a new cable connector or a new hard drive connector that I don't know about, and then I go on there and I'm the existence of a display port. I knew about VGA and DVI and HDMI, but then I guess the concept of display port, having a display port plug on your video card. I actually thought display port meant it was one of VGA, DVI, whatever. I didn't realize display port was a specific thing. So I'm not at the latest and greatest in that. I never hit the swap on Linux. As I have plenty of RAM, but even kid, it's not going to be on hard disk. You can't use Amazon or something. No swap because the page table would be larger than available RAM. The page table would be larger than available RAM. if the page table would exhaust your RAM, like how much stuff are you storing? It sounds like you. It sounds like you have. I'm not sure about your specific use case. It'd be better. It'd be easier to give advice with more information on your use case. Software development engineer in test. Okay, so you mean like doing the testing and stuff. I know, like generally speaking, the I guess I'm familiar. Maybe it's the terms are different in Europe. Here it's usually called like a QA. So you have like the software engineer who just tests the software to find bugs, and usually when you're building software, you'll push it out to like the QA stage, and the QA people, they just like test your software and make sure it's running. So that for the most part, in places I've been, that's almost always usually considered like an entry-level role. So it is kind of like the lower status role. People, look down on you, but I think that is a good place to target. If you're going to target an entry into that field, that's a good place to start. But having said that, even though it's technically can be like lower status, people you might get lower pay. I think the best person to have in testing is probably one of your most advanced engineers, because you have to think about like really creative ways to try and break the software. Swap on PCIe 4 ideally. What operating system don't I use? Samsung 256 gigabyte solid state drives. Yeah, if you can get them cheap, I guess. Long live Terry Davis. Windows, Linux, and OS 2. I have VMware 4 and Windows 7. I like to play with some of these LLM models, as well as some molecular modeling software, but without having to completely reverse engineer and decompile, learn everything all over once again. Okay, so it sounds like you were doing like scientific computing stuff. Yeah, I mean that stuff. All that stuff requires like detailed knowledge of the software, the molecular or modeling software itself. Because most likely it interacts with the memory in a very specific way. I guess it depends what language it's written in, but acronym soup keeps growing in the tech industry. Yeah. I don't trust Windows Warp Shell company giving you a shell with AI. Oh wow, I didn't know that was a thing. Switch to Linux, honestly. Linux uses way less RAM than Windows. Even something as bloated as Ubuntu uses less RAM than Windows. LLM training will be very, very slow on swap. Yeah, I mean, like on any kind of, if you spend like less than $4,000 on your computer, large language model training, it's going to be slow anyway. But if you're doing it on swap, it's like, it's going to take, will take 100 years. Started at GE Aviation as an automated test engineer. How many new members? In this stream, we're currently at 14 new members of the goal of 16. We're also working on another project that is a small-scale supercomputer. Literally fits under a loft bed. Oh, neat. Maybe that's what you need right there, small scale supercomputer. Although I assume it'll probably still be, if you're on a tight budget, it'll probably be still quite expensive. NVIDIA is now adding on its GPU chips a component to compute specifically for AI. We can simulate chipsets. You should go take a break and eat dinner and see if you can get more subs. Oh, that's a good idea. I got my food's getting cold. Let me read these two chats. How many can you manage to structure? And structure your game's code as it grows. That's a good question. I kind of just try to think about it like how do we factor it in? Like when a file starts getting too big, I try to just like how do I split this out into like more classes? Is the stream a weekly one? Yeah, I try to do a Saturday stream. Tight budget LLM would be Mac Mini. All right, let's take a bite of food. So let's do, actually, I don't even know if this will work. If I can play it on this machine, but let's do, let's try to make, so I just pushed a change to the unit tests to include the code that I used, the like exact, test that I added to create the noise animation, which was pretty interesting. So if any of you guys, so this code is like available. So if you just go follow the GitHub, you can find the code for a couple different examples. Perl burned into an EEPROM. Imagine that. Better than any Rust. As I said, not selling them yet. Maybe being a beta tester for you would be the one way to help me with my budget concerns. I guess that's a lot of work. Are there any specific tools or engines you prefer for game development? If so, can you share what you use? I do not use any. Realistically, I'm not at all a game developer. I haven't used any game engines at all. So that, like this like quote unquote game idea is the first in my first ever attempt into like doing any what I'd call game development. Most of my experience has been like in writing servers and stuff like that. And like the first place I started was on some of the, like the multiplayer networks stuff. And is all from scratch. So I think you could realistically call what I actually kind of would like to build is basically a game engine in itself. All right, this is one of the noise maps that was generated. Now, I don't know if VLC will play this. There's only one frame, so it doesn't. I gotta pause it. Okay, you saw it for a second. And VLC is so annoying. It's a video that's only 1 frame, and I'm trying to pause it so I can look at it. All right, give up. Anyway, that's what if I just change it, I can add more frames, but it'll take forever. Let's see. I wish I had some bubble memory in that pile of old hardware. Where's enough is collector's item to buy a new computer. Bubble memory is used in space still. Actually my video on magnetic core memory is trending right now. I've never subscribed to this channel. My English is too bad for that. I just use DL to translate. I often notice that YT adds subscriptions to me in between. The channels usually don't interest me at all. It's exactly the same here. I don't understand English that well, nor anything about programming, but suddenly subscribe to this channel. Huh. That's weird. This is fake. Yeah, I've often wondered how YouTube's subscription system works, because sometimes it just seems like the algorithm turns on and like suddenly I'm just getting all kinds of subscribers. I've heard of it like automatically unsubscribing people, but I've never heard of people saying that you get automatically subscribed. Keyboard shortcut, yeah, you press E, but the problem is that like it ends the video in 1 frame. Maybe just regenerate it with a couple more frames. So we'll make it 20 frames, so it'll be like about a second. But it'll take a long time to generate. Use Kdenlive. Kdenlive is what I use for actually editing. It's not. I won't bother downloading it on here. I'll just let this generate because it's cool to actually see a couple seconds of it. Thanks for the chill stream. Somehow helped me to concentrate on working. Till next week. No problem. Have a good night. Good night. I have to go. All the best, Robert. Thanks, folks. Have a good night. Good night, guys. Look forward to changing the world with you soon. Have a good night. And looks like we got our newest member, Logan Nicholas. Welcome to the member tier. So we're actually one away from our goal. So I guess you won't. Well, we'll see how long this takes. But if I don't get this rendered in time, then you can basically see what I was about to demo here. In my, I guess it's not that recent now, but video on my I think it's called my terminal-based game for Linux, where I talk about it. And if you want to see the full 4K demo, and I actually for that one I rendered out like a few seconds, so you can see like zooming through the noise, the multi-dimensional noise, and for like 10 seconds or something. I think it looks pretty cool. I'm having buttered chicken. Rice and buttered chicken. It is pretty good. Any monsters in the game yet? Nope. That's on the to-do list. What's best Canadian dish? I don't know. Honestly, I don't eat many traditional Canadian dishes. I guess what you could call a traditional Canadian dish is like meat and potatoes, just like a standard, or like a roast and some carrots and potatoes. That's what I think of as a Canadian meal. I don't know if it is like an Irish meal. Barbecue moose. That sounds good. I've never had moose meat, or maybe I have, but it's not something we get to eat often. Bubble memory is nice tech, but it's slow compared to modern SSDs. If you want better performance, upgrade to an SSD or RAM would be a much better choice. Yeah, I would assume any modern RAM, any modern memory is going to be much faster, and much higher capacity than anything from years ago. So, and it's one of those cases where older is not necessarily better. Although I do think I think some of the older RAM can be like I think some of the newer RAM, that super high density RAM is a bit more finicky. Like it's easier to it's more difficult to run it correctly. If you don't have your RAM timings exactly right, then you get flipped bits. do you like living in Waterloo? When I was in undergrad, well, guys, immediately after graduation, it really still did seem to have the vibe of like, you know, up and coming Silicon Valley of the North place. Although, I don't know, I think for me it was around like 2015, 16. It kind of seemed like the some of the you know, startup scene kind of seemed like it was not healthy. And then in 2019, of course, the pandemic happened, and then it seemed to very much go downhill. I think some of the like social events and stuff are coming back, but I guess a big thing that determines whether you like a place or not is whether the people you know are there. And most of the people that I know all moved away as soon as graduation happened. Ontario in general seems to be Ontario is going to be hit most hard by the tariffs. So all of it, Ontario is like, and we already have been affected, even just with the threat of tariffs. The housing crisis is, I think, some of the worst in Canada around the GTA. So there's that going on. I like being in a city and being close to stuff. But I don't know. It really seems like there's nowhere to escape to. Sam Young. Not sure who that is. Why would Ontario be hit hardest by tariffs? So the tariffs are specifically targeting like some of the metals industry, and I think it's autos and stuff like that. And because there's a lot of components for vehicle manufacturing to go back and forth across the border like 10 times or something, and some people have said that like the immediate effect of the tariffs would be like like thousands of people would be laid off immediately in the auto manufacturing sector, which is really like that's the whole point. Trump has said that he wants to bring those jobs which are in Canada into the U.S. by imposing the tariffs and making it economically not sustainable. So the if that goes through, then the net effect will be to decrease the amount of jobs, and of course that's going to have a spillover effect. I mean, that's one thing that's going against here. We also have a housing crisis, and there's just like so many issues. Which of course, those issues are also being faced all across Canada. Vancouver's pretty awful too for the housing situation. As I got older, I actually invested in more properties that are somewhat out in the sticks. I know what you mean. Yeah, living I mean, it'd be great to just be rich and own a place in the middle of nowhere, in a really rural area, and then own something in the city as well. Tariffs might help lower the rents and be deflationary. Yeah, I think it. I mean, like the housing side crisis is so crazy. Like the government and the banks do not want the rents and property values to go down. Like they are artificially doing things to make the numbers higher than they should be. So yeah, I mean, it's really our currency is being pretty much continually devalued over time. So that's I think how real housing crash is going to happen. We're going to see a currency depreciation. So like the price of a house will stay the same, but the value of our money is going to go down. And I think part of that is just to do with like margin and loan requirements and stuff, because the banks don't want to actually have distressed assets on their books. So if they kind of artificially cook the market, then they can maintain those higher numbers for longer. Canada should not be charged with tariffs. It's very sad that the U.S. government is imposing tariffs on their ally. Tariffs, not a good idea. Yeah, Trump is selfishly pursuing the interest of the United States, and that's what people voted for. So I would hope. What I wish is the outcome is that this would be like, regardless of what you think about the tariffs, if we would just like use this as a moment to focus on improving our own economy and focus on our own strengths. We've got like some pipelines and stuff we wanted to build for 30 years and stuff. We've been trying to build a pipeline. Like someone was, our government's so comical. There's all these people who are like, oh, we'll show the U.S. We'll cut off oil, but the map of the pipeline, we don't have the pipeline in Canada. The pipeline runs into the U.S. first, so we'd basically have to ask the United States to shut off the pipeline in their own country to deprive themselves of the oil. It doesn't make sense, and it's because the pipeline isn't in Canada, at least that specific track of it. And I think the consequence was if they do that, then it would cut off Quebec. Pipelines would give Canada the ability to find secondary oil markets. Tariffs might be promoting long-term benefits. If we can actually build the pipelines, but so many of our problems have obvious solutions, but we just don't pursue them. I recently joined an initiative in my country to secure some form of economic freedom from the state. Because it's quite useless, the government, I mean. Yeah, I think everyone is best off to focus on their own. Don't sit around waiting for the government to come and save you. Do you still feel like a broke loser? You've never seen a little success on YouTube, or does your success have to come from your tech skills? Technically, I posted in the pinned comment that I don't view myself as a loser, but I think the title made sense because I went to the dentist one day. The day I went to the dentist and found out and you have all this dental care work, I was already kind of treading water, and then I think it rained that day and I missed the bus, so I had to wait the maximum amount of time for the bus, and I'm standing there. I'm like, man, this is a really pathetic situation I'm in right now. I'm like, maybe I should just go for it and make a YouTube video about it that's that encapsulates how kind of pathetic this is, and maybe it'll get some views and help out my financial situation, and at the very least educate some other people. And it looks like that happened. So it was a traumatic YouTube clickbait style, and it worked. Yeah, it's basically it. I mean, I think from if you work at it the other way, if you said okay, imagine a person who's 37 years old and they're kind of a loser and they're broke. What are some of the descriptions? And I was thinking if you just if you made a list without anyone in mind, I'd probably be able to tick off at least a few of those things on that list. So technically it applies. House prices make cocaine look cheap. Like your videos, Senior Robert. Your shirts too. Thank you for the kind words. done it myself. I haven't checked out your username. You also have a YouTube channel, Enterprising Linux. This one is new, but I have other non-Linux channels. Do you have any Linux videos on this channel, on the Enterprising Linux channel? No videos yet. Oh, well, there's a missed opportunity. I would have been able to encourage people to check you out. I guess if you like Linux, he has no videos yet, but you can subscribe to him for when he does finally release his first one. That'll help you get some seed audience. So anyone who's interested in Linux, go ahead and click on Enterprising Linux. A shout out from Robert Elder. It's like being called on stage to play with Van Halen. Well, at this point, it was only 60 viewers right now. And I guess probably in the VOD, I don't know, this video will probably get like 1,000 views or something, so it won't be life-changing. But you might get you'll probably get like two subscribers out of this. Has anyone subscribed to you yet? Do you make any games on other platforms, or do you stick to GitHub? This is the only like software project I'm working on right now. But I would say I'm basically not a game developer. I know there's stuff like itch.io, and I don't have any knowledge of those things, and I've never played a Steam game before. I know of Steam, and it's the kind of go-to place to launch stuff. Rust Project got some cool networking. Want to try out from multiplayer game. I'm trying to find his channel. I guess I assume you can like just click through it, but maybe you can't. Oh, interesting. I guess I would assume in like live chat it's like hyperlinked or something, but maybe it's not. Many friends of mine are struggling to find entry-level dev jobs. Do you think this bad economy is going to kill the software industry because not many juniors are getting hired? I don't think it'll kill the software industry, but what it's going to do is it's like an extinction event. So like the strong will survive and become even stronger in the next wave. And I think like, so if you're a junior dev and you're getting a job now, your career prospects are like very much magnified in the future. So I guess that's just a consequence of it being competitive. But if you can figure to get something that's even just like kind of has some overlap or is tangentially related, then at least you don't have a gap on your resume and you're bringing in cash flow and paying the rent. I'm on mobile. Don't have access to my PC at this moment. I'm on browser. Can't click either. Oh, okay. I've assumed everyone could just like click right through, but I guess it's yeah. I guess you probably won't get much benefit from that. Typical YouTube. What advice do you have for someone similar to yourself who's still in undergrad? I guess if you've my most like condensed advice is in the how to become a 37-year-old broke loser video. Actually, I think the what was it? The last few ones that I posted, I have some kind of nuggets of advice that would be relevant to your career. The 37-year-old broke loser is rich now. I think that's the second to last video that I released. In those ones, I have some like more edited and thoughtful stuff than a rant. Yeah, I would say take advantage of the times to network in school. Like it's you might say it depends on where you are, but you might say it's hard to network in undergrad, but it's going to be even harder in the workplace. So if you can like form like study groups and stuff, and just like have a if you don't have a peer group of like people to study with or hang out with or go have lunch with, develop that. Because that's going to help you out a lot for getting jobs and even just like sensing the market and stuff, and like asking people, for advice on interviewing and where to interview. And I think that I guess the social media aspect has kind of evolved too. So I think that's actually becoming more important. So even just like as cringe as it is, get form a peer group and then network with those people on LinkedIn, because every time you post something on LinkedIn or that you're looking for jobs, you're closer in that network, and that kind of helps you. When you post something, it's just getting a few more eyeballs. If you post like, "Hey everyone, I'm super desperate. I'm unemployed. I'll do anything." If you have like a couple more LinkedIn followers or connections, then you could get one retweet from that one person, and maybe that leads to a job. Maybe thoughtful viewers will listen and remember. Maybe. You have to have a very good memory though. I'll sub because I use Linux. Excellent. Linux cat. Maven or Gradle? I've been using Maven, and that's just because I guess some other projects I used it, and I never had the necessity to learn Gradle. So, do you used to live in the U.S. and move to Waterloo, or do you grow up in Waterloo? I grew up in the middle of nowhere in New Brunswick. Then I moved up here to Waterloo for school. Then I moved. I did 6 internships. I lived in San Jose for a while, down by NVIDIA, San Jose, California. and then I did a couple terms in Seattle, and then I came back here after I graduated. Or rather, I just stayed here after I graduated, because it seemed like the tech industry here was better than it seemed like it was going to grow more than it has. Cat command is his favorite command. That's a pretty good command. Palm files, here we come. I heard horrifying things about Gradle. Huh, maybe. I guess that's good. I made the right choice. I just saw our recent community post images are by Grok. Have you used Grok 3 much? My friend says it's miles better than other LLMs right now. Yeah, I don't even think I have the choice. I think I have, like, I was using it like yesterday and I tried to change, and it's just on default on Grok 3 now. I haven't noticed, I didn't notice it get that much better with Grok 2 to 3. I don't know, maybe it has, but yeah, I don't know. It's like a few of a couple of the fewest, the ones with human faces in them, they're really good. Like, a couple people posted stuff that made me think like they couldn't tell it was AI, and like if I was just looking at it, I can't tell it's AI. It's actually beyond, like, my vision is not the greatest. I'm supposed to wear glasses, but I don't because it's annoying. I have contacts, but I just never wear them because it's too much work. But yeah, I mean there's still a lot of like nightmare fuel and like just nonsense, but too many fingers and stuff. But those are the quality of the AI output is really it's really amazing. It's I don't know what the future holds. The possibilities for misinformation and propaganda are endless. I made a tool for that. Have people told you you have so much potential ever since you were a kid? I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe my mom says that. I don't know. I don't. It doesn't really ring as a thing that I can recall people saying a lot. Know anybody making open source firmware alternatives for Canon printers? Actually, that's I actually was one of the topics I was going to do a big long video about was, well, I did do one big long video on Linux, printing on Linux, but I was going to do a long video topic on why are there no open source printers. And there's actually a lot of engineering that goes into printers. But yeah, I don't know of any. The thing is, like, a lot of these are like cheap throwaway $30 printers, and I would imagine that the amount of engineering effort it would take to support these old printers is significant. There's just not enough manpower behind it. Maven plugins are fun. Yeah, I have a lot of. I always have a lot of trouble like figuring out what's the syntax, what's the right way to hook into. I guess a lot of people use like editors. That, like in the IDE, there's a way to change the Maven configuration that auto updates the POM file. But every once in a while, like I've gotten. I try to just edit the POM file directly always, so that I can try to actually understand how it works. But of course, that requires that I actually like learn a bit of the POM structure and stuff. Like my the game it's a Maven multi-modules project, which, you know, there's all these quirks and stuff of Maven that I just don't understand. Ideally, I'd sit down and read a book on it, but I think you'd look good with the right glasses frames. And I'm sure I'd be more stylish, but then I have to. I mean, I have some glasses around, but I don't want to wear them. I'm also supposed to wear glasses, but too lazy. I can't wear contacts. Freaks me out if someone puts something in my eyes. Yeah, I bought them, and but like it's I guess I found what would eventually happen is I'd wake up, and then I was like, oh, I should put my contacts in, and then it's so much work. Do you stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time? I do not. I only stream on YouTube at this time, and people have told me that I should multi-stream, and I agree with that, but it's just I have not gotten around to it. If you want a good printer, go for HP. They seem to work out of the box for most Linux distros. Is HP good? I haven't used a lot of HP printers. If you're printing just like black and white pages and stuff, like text documents and things, a Brother laser printers, I can see good things about those. What the hell am I watching right now? This just popped up in my feed. You probably clicked on one of my videos in the past, and then YouTube is like, oh, you want to watch this? I guess this is kind of boring. I could do some block mining simulation while this loads. Let's see. Might want to look into LASIK down the road. I actually did go to a doctor and an eye doctor, and I talked to them about the possibility of getting LASIK, and they said that I was not a candidate for getting LASIK due to other random eye issues and stuff like that. And I was kind of satisfied with that, because I was like, yeah, it'd be nice to get LASIK, but then I've also heard people get side effects and like affects their damage their night vision or something, and it's worse when they get older or whatever. So I pursued it as much as I should. Oh wait, I remember you now. Contract to see in Toronto now. I'm not sure what. I'm not sure what you're asking. Contract SE in Toronto. I'm in Kitchener. HP is pretty good. Color, black and white. Random comment reading is fine by me. I think most people that choose to stay here are for you. Not really whatever you're doing. Oh, that's very heartwarming. See, that's unfortunate. Yeah, in a way I was kind of honestly, I was kind of relieved. I was like, I was at a point where I was kind of halfway done school, and I was like, maybe I should get LASIK. Like, if I'm going to get LASIK, I should get it now to benefit from it the maximum amount of time in my life. But it's also expensive, and I'm kind of not super like if I lost my vision, if I get some vision impairment, that would be devastating. So I'm kind of happy to just keep on rocking my terrible vision. You work in software engineering. I have a software engineering degree. So I started a one-person software consulting business about 10 years ago, and that did not work out well. And if you want to see, maybe you came in from the how to become a 37-year-old broke loser video. That one got about 1 million views. So if you clicked on that for any amount of time, that's probably why you're here. Software engineer equals SE. Bitrate dropping. Make you look. Cam fuzzy was such good timing. I thought it was on purpose for a sec. Huh. Random. Hi friend, link me your broke loser video. And even though it took me a while to watch a 70-minute video about someone's finances, I came away with some impressions. Hopefully there was some useful insights in that video for you. Do you ever play Minesweeper? If you like mining blocks, bet you would like Minesweeper. I don't like Minesweeper at all. I'll probably just stick with my own homegrown game to keep advertising it. Yeah, it was that vid, if I recall correctly. It's just interesting because I'm entering the tech market in Ontario as a new grad right now. Yeah, that's rough. Actually, I'd be interested, like, what is your take on things? Like, I've heard that it's really bad right now, but I don't want to, like, I'm currently not putting out resumes and stuff, so I can't speak with authority on, like, the resume job market, LinkedIn grind situation. It's recovering somewhat. Last year it was god-awful. Yeah, it's been a while that it's, I heard from a couple people who were looking for jobs that they started getting responses. This year I got way more interviews for internships. That's good. Yeah, I mean, there was, I think we kind of went through a recession, but also we were coming off the sugar high from COVID. So there was a lot of stuff that had to happen. Like, companies had to reduce their headcount for a while, and I think now that it's kind of plateaued. There was a moment in it when you said, I can't fund my sustainable lifestyle, and pointed to a whiteboard where 70% of your costs were rent. Yeah, rent is the ultimate drain. About $100,000 in it over the last 10 years. If you want a SE job, come to USA. It's booming. I've heard that the US tech sector, like Silicon Valley, they are still struggling. There was a Hacker News thread the other day I was seeing with people. They were saying that it's still rough down there. Overhired, market correction. Yeah. You are doing way too interesting stuff for me to become a member and stop the stream. Oh, that's good. You can become a regular viewer. Got an email from Amazon last week with them wanting to re-interview me about a good job, and I like it. Yeah, Amazon is, I work there. Well, I have a video on my experience there. Rent is expensive. Hated. Yeah, tell me about it. Linux Cat, my dad has been in SE for about 30 years. His experience, the majority of new hires are foreigners. So I'm not sure about the booming market is for grads like us in the US. US isn't booming. Yeah, that's what I thought. At least for like tech, I thought it was still pretty awful for. And I assume it's probably also regional. Like I would not be surprised if there's places in like central US where tech jobs are like surprisingly good, because there's less supply and less demand for tech workers there. Not sure I buy that COVID hiring surge explanation. I think it's a shareholder capitalism wanting some super profits that started with Musk's Twitter rampage and spread. There was definitely like there was a lot of cheap venture capital money that came in, and with that venture capital money, all the companies were like, "Hey, we have all this money. What do we do? Let's just hire everyone." And the other thing is like a lot of, especially tech services, boomed as well. So like video game companies and stuff, everyone thought like, oh, everyone's going to convert to playing video games forever now. The stuff with AI and LLMs is so overblown. They're cool for saving time, but you can never replace devs altogether. Not yet, anyway. Yep, everyone I've consulted for in the last 3 years, they've all gotten their junior devs from foreign countries. Literally thousands of jobs currently, if you're skilled enough. Silicon Valley is old news, boys. It's oversaturated for devs. Devs are asking too much in the US. Yeah, I wonder if salaries have gone down much in the US. It's also it's really difficult to like quantify salaries in software development, because a lot of it's equity compensation and there's like vesting schedules, and then also there's I think there's like weird distributions on purpose where if you're like they have like these levels for engineers, like if you're a level 10, level 9 engineer or something, you make like $2 million a year, but if you're like a level 3, you make 200,000 or something. And the criteria to get to rank up levels is like not clear. Try Path or something like Comcast. If you stay up to date with all the new Amazon Cloud certifications and whatever new framework certifications come out, you can maybe get a job, but you won't be fairly paid for the work they get there. Also, most new companies want to hire you under a year third-party contract, which at the end of the year you aren't guaranteed to get the job. Pivot for SRE, platform engineer, and DevOps roles to be more hireable. People in AI write horrible stuff. The workers who can manage then are valuable. Facebook reduced its stock grant and mysteriously found money to give their executives a massive bonus. All because of AI somehow. Yeah, I think when things get more competitive, they there's like the same number of people there are competing for all the resources. So some, I think like a lot of shady things in office politics are going to go down now that it's more competitive. If you're brushed up on your resume right now, especially with you working as X Magnificent 7, you'd get hired so quickly. Only thing you might want to review is leak code. I'm never going back to corporate software development ever again. It'll be I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, and hopefully this social media stuff is actually achieving growth now. I'm gonna keep working on my my crazy game, and if this all fails, then I'm gonna go live in a cabin in the woods. You would get hired, FS bro. I also think like my social media portfolio is also. I think a lot of companies would be would not want to hire someone who is speaks their mind on social media. I think it's actually a pretty big disadvantage. Being an ex-NVIDIA employee helps. Yeah, it's funny how that works out. Back when I worked at NVIDIA, it wasn't even it was like not impressive to work at NVIDIA. It was like a second tier. Will this live stream be over before Christmas? Probably. I don't know. We got one more channel member to go, and then we're at our goal. I plan to try and make my own locally running LLM, its own project. Don't use any LLM behind an API I don't control. Yeah, the future of AI is going to be interesting because it's going to be so important. Like this AI stuff is so powerful, but nobody's going to want to call out to some like third-party thing and give away all their data. So it's basically going to mean that every single person is going to need to build their own, nuclear reactor to power their own personal large language models and data centers. And did you go to Waterloo? Yes, I did. Total Tech. Wait until he goes for 32 members next Saturday. Yeah, that's. I'm thinking now that's going to be brutal. I think your YouTube will grow very nicely, given a mix of content. Yeah, I'm working on a new long form video, kind of similar to the last few, similar style to the last few. Don't know why I wasn't subbed. Just subbed. I guess nowadays, like if you manage to get here, that means that YouTube is doesn't even care if you sub. It just like makes stuff pop up in your feed, whether you like it or not. Oh yeah, the frames. Wow, that's like almost done. Almost perfect timing. Or I guess there might be one more frame to go. What's your ideal project? Depends what you mean by that. Project for what? Like a project at work or independent project, or you only need one more? Yes. One more channel member. and then the stream ends. I guess you don't really see much, you don't get to see much variation. There's only 20 frames, so it's less than 1 second. And I guess that's just really slow. But anyway, so this is the 4K resolution noise map. And with that, it looks like we're at our goal. So thank you to Indio007 for gifting 1 membership, and congratulations to Pro Life Rating to the Max for receiving the gifted membership. So we're at our 16 goal. Is our goal of 16 members for the stream. 10 hours. Is it 10 hours? Is that what we're at? I guess, when did I start? I can't even remember. I didn't lose my voice in this one. Yeah, so next week we have to do 32. 5 hours. Yeah, I thought, well, I still find it in a second, but yeah, that was a decent stream. So thank you to all the 16 channel members who made this stream possible. And I will be back next week, and we're going to try for 32. Man-made lakes. Your beach member, well done. All right, thank you for tuning in. And if you want to see, actually, if you want to see the animation of this noise, if you check out my video on, it's like my terminal-based video game for Linux, you'll see a little snippet of the animation of this. But anyway, talk to you next week, guys. Later.